Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street TV. It's going to be a fabulous day today. I'm Wendy Gardner and I'm joined for 3 of our 5 hours by Katharine Wright, multi-talented tutor extraordinaire. So she's going to do some fabulous demos for us. But first we must start the day with our early bird offer. And honestly, this is up my street, right up my street, it really is. This is a whole load of sewing machine needles. And I'm so passionate about people using the correct needle for the job. I really am. And this way you're going to, because you've got everything in here. These packs each have, I need to put my glasses on to tell you. I think it says 6 because it used to be 5, but I'm going to double check that. Yes, they each have 6 needles. So you've got 6 needles, and what you have here is something for every type of fabric, and it really is important to use the right needle for the right job and replace your needles frequently, which I know is something that a lot of people don't do. You can get skip stitches, you can get snagged fabrics, and this all can be due to not using the right needle or having a needle that is blunt. And people then start fiddling with the tension. It's nothing to do with the tension, it's your needle. If you can start hearing it going thump, 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 you've got a blunt needle, change the needle. So what do we have here? We have, let's start with the sharps. So we have a pack of sharps, which are a regular assortment. So you've got from 60 to 80. And so that means they are for finer fabrics. So 80 is your standard for your standard woven, 80/12. So the 60s are very fine for your chiffons, silk, etc. What I really like about these new hemline needles is that they have colour-coded shanks. And if I can open this one, just open it up. You can open up the back there and you can get the needles out. And if you can see that, so this sharp, can you come in close to this, Emma? Because I want to show the shank on that. Can you see that's green? It's come out of the pack, that's green. So when you take this needle out of your sewing machine, you know it's a sharps. You don't have to just try and read the lettering that's on the needle, which is virtually impossible to see. So you will know that's a sharps. Not that you should be putting it back in your thing, because once you've used it for 8 hours or every project, you should be replacing it. And it snaps back together. So that's your sharps. We also have stretch needles. Now you're going to get the whole lot of these, all of these needles for £19.99. 6 stretch needles, again, sizes 75 up to 90. So 90 is your thicker fabric, your thicker jerseys. Stretch needles you will use for sort of two-way stretch, so lycra, spandau, anything that has a lot of stretch in it. I'm trying to think of that other one that we have now, that really sort of stretchy fabric, which is body fig hugging. Scuba, that's it, scuba fabrics. Anything like that you'll use your stretch needles for. Other jerseys, so jersey knits, etc., you have ballpoint needles. The difference between these needles and all the others is that their tips are slightly rounded so that they part the fibres rather than pierce them. So it's important to use those. So ballpoint for your regular jersey fabrics. Again, sizes 70 to 90. 90 for the heavier weight, 70 for your lightweight. Then jeans. Now, jeans needles, called jeans needles because they're robust, strong needles and they are for your thicker fabrics. But actually, not just for jeans, this is for anything like canvas, or if you're doing soft furnishings or anything that's heavy duty, thick layers, you want to use a jeans needle. So these start at 90, which is normally on woven fabrics would be for a heavier weight. They start at 90 and they go up to 100. So you have 3 of each of those 2 sizes. Then top stitch. Now these are fabulous if you're going to do a lot of top stitching, and of course, you know, quilting is top stitching. We have got quilting needles as well though. So these are 80, they're all 80. These have a slightly larger eye so that you can put a slightly thicker thread through them, which means the top stitching is more visible. So they're really lovely. I'm going to leave those ones till last. We have embroidery needles. Now again, these have a good eye to them, and they are good for when you're doing decorative stitches, when you're doing machine embroidery, anything with concentrated stitches. They are designed especially for that. Universal. So universal is the kind of needle that you would use for your general purpose sewing. So if you're doing craft making, bag making, dress making, etc., a universal needle is great. Universal and sharp. Sharps slightly more pointy and therefore slightly better for the finer fabrics, universal for general purpose. Then we have leather needles. So these you would use on a fabric that is not woven, so leather or plastic, something that is a solid. And it's got a different shaft on it and it has a different sort of eye. It looks different when you look at it. But each time they've got the different colour shanks. So you can see which they are at a glance when you've got them out of the packaging. Each of these packs, you get 6 needles. And then the final packet we have here is a quilting packet. So these are for quilting. This is when you're quilting with lots of layers, and you can do free motion and everything like that with these. And these are size 80/12. So the measurements that you're saying, I'm saying this 60s, 75, etc. That is the UK term, or the sort of European term, and the Americans will call them 10s, 12s, etc. So these are the different types of needles. You need all of them, because at some point you're going to be sewing something. You're going to be sewing a PUV something. Sometimes when you do living in loveliness projects and you might be making a bag out of the plastic, you need a leather needle because it's going to pierce it properly. You're going to do some decorative stitches, you need embroidery. You're going to do some top stitching. It's a good thing to have them. And then when you're sewing, you won't have a problem. So you get all of these packs. It's 9 packs. So basically you're paying £2.22 a pack. Now, Kat's been searching online for hemline needles. Here's these embroidery one, which we have here. So that's £2.90. So that's £2.90 for that one pack. And you're paying 22. So you're basically saving sort of 70p a pack-ish. So it's really good. And to have all of them as a set is amazing. You will always have the right needle for the job. If you want to really stock up and you want to buy multiple, because sometimes we say you can't buy multiples because we have limited stock. We've got lots of stock today for you. So if you want to buy for yourself and a friend and anybody that's coming to my Creative Sewing Weekend in a couple of weeks, get these, because you are going to need them. And you know I'm passionate about needles and making sure you're using the right ones. You will use all of these at some point in the very near future, because when you're bag making, you're going to use the jeans ones. When you're doing stretch or multi-stretch, you're going to use the stretch ones. When you're going to be sewing lighter weight fabrics, sharps, ordinary fabrics, universal, do a bit of decorative stitching, embroidery, do some top stitching, make it look really pretty on the outside, top stitching. Leather, if you're sewing plastics or leathers, that one. And then quilting, of course, a lot of you are quilters. You should be using quilting needles. So I can't say enough about these. I'm really excited that we've got them here. Now, previously they've always sold out, so we have got extra quantity today just to make sure. And I love the fact that they have now got the coloured shanks, which they didn't have before. I still have packs of these without the coloured shanks, but I shall certainly be replacing them with these now, because these make it so much easier to know what you've been using if you forget. The other thing I do, just a tip, is I actually keep the packet. So I have a pin cushion, it's actually a cup and saucer stuck together, and I just keep the packet of the needles I'm using at the time in there, so I know what needle's in the machine if I've gone away and come back later. So, as well as this, I'll come back to it I'm sure, but as well as these lovely needles, of course we've got the panel of the week. So let me just, I hate to put these away, but let me put them away. And let's get the panel of the week. So if you've been watching this for the last sort of 2 or 3 weeks, you will know we do a panel every week. This week, our panel has a sky gazing theme. It's a very big panel. So this is half of the panel. And you can see it's got 2 fat quarters, but they're not just fat quarters, they're huge fat quarters. So on the first half of this, I have, if you can see here, this is a darker blue, so with lots of stars, very pretty. And then on the other side, the other half of the first half sort of thing, we've got the stars again, but this time on a pale bluey background and blue stars. So it's very pretty. This cries out to make lots of things for a bedroom, I feel. And now we've got constellations there. A little fabric thread off, and then the reverse on this bit here. So it's now Friday, so this is still only available now for 2 more days, and then after, so this is at £12.99, and after that, if there's any stock left, it will go up to £19.99. So it's a lovely big panel. Each of the fat quarters are 70 by 50 centimetres, which in old money is 27.5 by 19.6 inches. So that's what you're getting there with that. And it's a nice quality. It's printed especially for us. You won't get it anywhere else. It's a nice quality cotton, nice sort of medium weight. It would be lovely in bags. It would be drawstring bags for the kids to put all their bits and pieces in, help keep their rooms tidy. Or you could make fabric baskets or cushion covers. You could even make curtains if you bought 2 or 3 panels. After Sunday, it will go up to £19.99 if there are any available. Now we're going to do the menu for today. So, this is great. So what we've got, and I just absolutely love this first one, Love from Beth, Cabin Crosses Quilt. So Katharine Wright is going to be showing her take. That's the quilt. Isn't that absolutely amazing? And it's done with foundation piecing, which I know virtually nothing about, but fortunately our expert Katharine does, so she's going to explain all of that to us in just a moment. After that we have Floral Fabrics. We've got lots of lovely floral fabrics and some brights, all sorts of mix. Then we have got Just Lemons with Katharine Wright. I feel this should have been done on Pancake Day, really. We've got a lovely panel to make a pinny, so very, very quick and easy make a pinny, very quick. And we've also got some coordinating fabrics to go with that and some scissors and things, haberdashery that you're going to need, general haberdashery. Then we have got creative grids, rulers. Now, I'm a dressmaker mostly. I've done some quilting, bag making, upholstery, etc., but my quilting is the least. So I've been playing with these creative grid rulers and I'm sold. I'm absolutely sold. We've got the Stripology back. This is the Stripology XL. Now apparently we've been waiting to get this back in stock for some time, and since Christmas. We have them. We've already sold some because they're on pre-order. You can pre-order them now if you want to. So we'll show you that in a minute. But I've been playing with it and I like it. I like that one. There's quite a few others I like the oval one, I like the hexagon one, I like the... anyway, I will show you all of these. We'll have a rundown of all of these later on. And of course, the rotary cutters, cutting mats, etc. that you need to go with them. And then our last hour is Yarn Lane. And Katharine, I told you she's multi-talented. She's going to do Tunisian crochet, which is a slightly different variation of crochet. People have been asking for it for quite a while. And it's really nice. It's quite folksy, I think, isn't it? Yeah. Tunisian crochet. So let's have a look about pre-order quickly. And so on the pre-order, you go to the website, which is www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live. Then you can scroll down and you can see, click the pre-order tab and you can see all the things that are available and that you can buy, and you can buy them now because some things will be limited quantities. So if you really fancy something and it's there, you can get it now. And don't forget, your $3.95 post and packing is for the whole day. So you can check out multiple times, but you've only need to pay that once. She's just scrolling down to get to the Stripology. So all the lovely, all these lemony fabrics, look, that's in the lemon hour. And then we're going to get to rotary cutters and mats, and there it is. There's a Stripology. So if you know about this ruler already, go for it. And if you don't, I will be showing you just some of the things it can do, because it can do an awful lot. And one of the best things about them, you know, they've got a QR code on them, and you can scan that on your phone, and then it goes to a video. So it's got a leaflet and it's got help. They're really good. Anyway, more about them. Firstly, let's look at this lovely quilt with Katharine. So let's start with the bundle. I have a bundle here, and this bundle includes all of these beautiful fabrics, look. So we have 6 fat quarters in the neutrals. 6 neutral fat quarters here. So this is sort of the background, isn't it, yeah, Katharine? And then as well as those 6 fat quarters, you also have 15 fat eighths. I'll open up one just to show you what a fat eighth is. So that's a fat eighth, which is really lovely. So you get all of that, and also, of course, you get the instructions, which clearly show you how to make this beautiful quilt. And Katharine's going to show us some answers. This is 51 by 51 inches, by the way, and it is absolutely lovely. And she said it's really great fun. It's easy to do, and you don't have to worry about accuracy too much. It's $28.99 for all of this. So you get all of this, all the fabrics and the pattern. So you can get going and look at all of this. But of course, if you've got fabric at home and you just want the pattern, you can also just get the pattern. Lots of people have already done this, so it's £6.50 just for the pattern. This is a really lovely one you can use up your scraps with if you don't want to go for the bundle. The bundle is great because it sorts it all out for you. It's got coordinated fabrics. But if you don't want that and you just want this, you've got all of the instructions here, really nice and clear. Including these, are these the right size templates?
Yes. Yeah.
So these are your templates here, making it all lovely and easy. Well, it looks a bit complicated to me, but you're going to explain how easy it is. Okay, so it is, oh yes, it is foundation paper piecing. So as well as this, if you haven't got it already, you will need your foundation. It's Carol Drake's foundation paper, foundation paper. Carol, oh, Dokes. I'm trying to read that upside down, that's my problem. So it's finally back in stock. So it's $14.99 for this. So you get 100 sheets, and it's sort of, you're saying it's not tracing paper, it's not normal paper, it's somewhere in between that.
Yes.
So it's good because you sew through it, don't you?
Yes, you do.
So it's a good paper for that. So this is what you get there. It's lightweight, won't create bulk, it's saying. So yes, this is what you're going to need for that. And another thing you're going to show us is the ruler, isn't it? The add a quarter ruler. And you said you're sold on this, aren't you?
Yeah.
So Catherine's going to be using this. You get 2 rulers in the pack, $24.99, and Catherine's going to show us how you use it. It's really good for foundation paper piecing. So, if you want wadding, we've got the wadding by the ½ metre. This is the wadding here. Here's one I've made earlier. This is lovely, isn't it? $6.99 per ½ metre. It's cut off the roll. So if you want a metre, then it's 244 centimetres wide. So if you want a metre, just put 2 units in your basket and you get a metre cut for you. We also have some backing fabrics. So we have these in 4 different colours, and they're already pre-cut. So these are pre-cut. Let's start with the gold. So it's 3.5 metres here, and it is just a really lovely cotton. So 3.5 metres of a cotton, so plenty there to do the back of a quilt and more. We also have cream. What do we call this colour? Do we call it cream? So this is cream, and it's just a lovely, I'm not going to try and open it all up because it's wide, isn't it, Kat? Oh, it's not. So what width is it? Oh, 44 wide. Okay, 44 wide and 3.5 metres. So it's Rose and Hubble quality. We also have, I love these colours. Look at this. This is the magenta. So again, this is the Rose and Hubble quality, $22.49 for 3.5 metres. So you're saving £1.50 if you buy it as a bundle like that. And then we have got marine blue. Again, this is a beautiful colour, this. So that's $22.49 for 3.5 metres, 44 inches wide. Before we head over to Catherine, we've had a question. Yes, the machine needles will fit into any modern machine at all. The only time I would say think twice is if you put your needles in sideways, which is on a very old machine. And they are sewing machine needles, not overlocking needles. So yes, they're hemline. I think they're Class. Don't know if they still are Class needles, but they're good quality needles. Yes, they go into any brand of sewing machine. So let's go. Sorry, Catherine, I've done all that chatting about that. You've got now to get.
That's okay. Hello, Wendy.
Hi.
Right. Yes, loads to tell you about how to do this, and I really enjoyed doing it. I really like Beth Studley things. And this is a really nice foundation paper pieced quilt, and she calls it intermediate, but do you know what? I think you could have a go at it even if you're a beginner. I don't think it's too bad at all, too hard at all, too difficult. So when you open it up, you'll find your templates, and you've got to copy these onto either your foundation paper, which is the best to use. It's just that little bit lighter weight. I didn't have any, so mine's just being copied onto normal photocopier paper, but you only want the very worst quality because it wants to be light enough. You've got to rip this paper away at the end. You can see I've got 7 templates, and you've got to have all of those for one block like that. Okay, so I'm not sure how many blocks the whole thing has got, but you've got to copy that each time for each block. Just on mine, one little thing I found when I copied it, on the corner squares, it didn't come out very well, which were coloured and which were white. And you might be able to see on my template, I've just done a little scribble so I know which colour I'm going to use. You can see some of them are grayer so that you know that they are for a coloured fabric, not a background fabric. But there was one little bit that didn't really photocopy as dark as I wanted it to, so I've just scribbled on so that I know, just so you won't get confused then.
You can put that Carol Doak foundation paper through the
You can put that
photocopier.
through the printer, absolutely. Yeah, it goes through, no problem at all. So I'm going to show you how to start your blocks. We're going to start with one of these ones which are just the strips, because that's your most straightforward one. You see they've got compass points on them. So you've got to be good at the compass so that you get your layout right. So we're going to start on east. And we're going to move those little bits out the way. Okay. Now you want 3 colours per block and 2 background colours. And you can mix and match them. So if you want, so on the one that I have made up, the colour that I've used for my little square, I can use that later on for a strip, and you can rotate them round. So you can really mix them up. It is brilliant for scraps because you can just use them all up and mix them round. So I've got on this one, I'm going to have orange as my square, and I've got pink and blue. I'm going to use blue for my strips on this. Now you haven't got to do lots of very, very awkward cutting for this. You just need to cut yourself strips. She suggests 1 1/4 inch. Or if you haven't done it before or you're not feeling quite so confident, go a little bit bigger at 1 1/2 inches, and then you can trim them down. My first block that I've done here, I did it at 1 1/2 because you're never quite sure how the first thing's going to turn out, but I had heaps.
Can I just say, we can use our stripology.
You could use your stripology ruler, absolutely, absolutely. So I did go with 1 1/2 on that. These ones I've cut slightly smaller. But it doesn't matter if you're not absolutely accurate on it. These all get trimmed to the right size.
I like to hear that.
Yeah. So your cutting is quite quick. You know, choose your 3 colours and you can cut out per block. Now I'm going to just cut these down into little strips. You need to make sure that they are slightly wider than your piece because we trim it to the size at the end. So we just need them to overlap a little. So we'll just cut some of these up, ready to sew. You can see all mine aren't quite the same width, but it really, really doesn't matter. Okay, let's do a few of my background ones as well. And you can see I'm not measuring them really, really accurately. I'm just getting them more or less the same, so that I know that they're wider.
Now, obviously, you're very good at picking colours randomly, because actually picking randomly is quite hard, isn't it?
Well, I did put some together because I thought, oh, people might find it a bit hard, and you want some nice contrast. So I did put them together in some groups of 3, which I thought looked quite nice and contrasty.
Yes, have a look at Catherine's
for kind of your
choices.
first ones, and then you can mix them round again.
Yes.
Or you could keep going the same. It's up to you, but you've got a nice variety of colours in that pack.
Yes.
So you want to be a little bit bright and bold with it. This works so well because you've got such bright, bold colours. It looks amazing, doesn't it?
It really does.
This will also look great because they're lovely, bright colours. It's going to look really fresh, I think, because they're so sort of crisp. But you want to make sure, you know, don't put all your blues together and make it look really soft. You've got to
it's got to be
nice and bright. Okay, so you can see I've got my strips ready. And what happens with foundation paper piecing is each template has a number on it. This one's got 1 through to 8. And that shows you the order that you are going to piece it in and stitch it in. So we're going to start with pieces 1 and pieces 2. And because these are all just strips, it's good because we haven't got to get muddled up. We can just take 2 strips. Now, the first one is always the one where I think, okay, which way round am I doing this? Now, this is where your lovely your lovely 1/4+ ruler comes into place. Loved this, it made it really quick. So on your little template, where you've got a line between 1 and 2, you're going to use the tapered edge of the ruler to just fold that up. What happens with foundation paper piecing is you're stitching the fabric to the back of the piece. So I've got piece 1 and I've got piece 2. I'm going to put them together and I'm going to position that on with, it's about a 1/4 inch seam. 1/4 inch seam, you can go slightly more if you want. Okay, then I'm going to fold that back and I'm going to stitch down that number 1 line. You want to make your stitch on the sewing machine slightly smaller, just because it helps to rip the paper away at the end. So I've put my stitch down to 2 mil, and you need to reverse at the beginning and the end. Again, when you pull your paper away, if you haven't reversed, it could start to undo the stitching. And possibly just go a stitch or 2 over your line, just to make it really secure. Okay, so we're going to pick it up like that, line it up under the machine, and follow this line. So this is what I really like about foundation paper piecing. You get to just follow the lines. You haven't got to measure where your 1/4 inch is. You don't need a special foot on the machine. We were saying that it would be helpful to have a nice sharp fresh needle on your machine because you are stitching through paper. And obviously when you're not stitching through paper, we're going to change it, aren't we, Wendy?
We are indeed. You're going to get a different needle
another sharp one. Okay, so we've stitched that, and then we're going to go to the ironing board and we're going to open that out and press it like so. So it's really useful when you're doing this. You want to set yourself up like I have here. So you've got your machine, you've got your cutting mat handy, you've got your ironing board handy, all in the same area, and then you'll get on beautifully. Okay, now we're going to turn it this way now. I'm going to get my little ruler and I'm going to fold it on the number 2 line. Now you can see I've got quite a little bit of excess fabric there. So here again, the ruler comes into play. When I was doing this at home, I used the short one for folding and I used the long one for the cutting. And so I kept that one on my cutting mat and this one by my ironing board.
So you can cut
so
against
the
those.
other edge of the ruler has a little raised edge, which is a 1/4 inch. So I can pop that on. I'm lining my edge of my 1/4 inch up with the fold, and then I can trim off and I've got a nice 1/4 inch piece. So the one ruler does both bits. This is what made it really good. It somehow sped the whole process up, and I'm definitely going to get one.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to be teaching some foundation paper piecing, and I'm going to get them for my class because it's really good.
So Susan Waitland has said, I bought the ruler as I want to get over my fear of foundation paper piecing, and I think this will help.
It's really useful, and don't be frightened. Don't be frightened. It's only little bits of fabric. What's the worst that can happen? You've got that you unpick some, or I mean, I unpicked a couple when I was doing this because I'd maybe not lined them up quite right. Or you've got to photocopy a new bit of paper because you've messed up one template. So don't be frightened, have a go. This is a really nice project because we're just working mainly in strips, which makes it a little bit easier.
I like the way the strips aren't all even as well, but you haven't got to worry about cutting them out like that because you're going to sew on the lines to make it like that.
This is right. So I've done my second one there. I've sewn down the line. Again, we're going to follow that process. We're going to open it out.
You're not on the ironing board.
I'm not on the ironing board. I've not got enough space. Okay, that's it.
Whilst
I'm going to melt the cutting mat in the process.
Angela Husband has said, I've just placed my first order and spoke to Jackie. She was fabulous. Thank you very much, Sewing Street. Pleased to hear that. That sounds good.
So the next strip, you can see it's on a diagonal. So again, just fold that back with your ruler to get that diagonal line. And when you're lining up to trim, again, it will be on the diagonal. So you've got that 1/4 inch. So we're just going to carry on with this block. Your next one comes. So we're alternating colours, blue and white, blue and white. You line it up with the edge. You want to always make sure, I mean, I've been quite generous on the cutting here so that we've got plenty over the edge. If you're being a bit less generous, you've got to make sure that you have lined it up with those edges. You don't want it short. If you look on the template, you can see it's the solid line, that black solid line around it is where you sew the blocks together. So your fabric has got to go past a 1/4 inch past that solid line. Otherwise you'll find you sew it together and you've got a bit that's got missed. Is it making sense, Wendy?
It's making sense. I'm
Yeah.
getting there. I'm liking this. I like the fact it's so easy without 1/4 inch seams worried about. Oh, so this is great, clear explanation of how to FPP. This lovely pattern inspired me to order. Fabulous, colourful dress, Catherine. It's a top, isn't it, Catherine?
It is a top. And do you know what? I think I got the fabric from here in January. Yes. And I just really liked it. I couldn't chop it up for a quilt. I was like, no, it's too nice. I'm going to wear it. Thank you very much.
It does look absolutely lovely. We were talking about it earlier, weren't we?
Well, I'm doing the Me Made May challenge. Alison Marion's doing it as well, which is where you wear something that you've made yourself every day for the whole month of May. What are we on, the 7th? Yeah, I haven't even scratched the surface yet, really, Wendy.
Well, I actually do have enough dresses that I could wear a different one every day that I've made, and tops.
So if you want to see all my Me Made outfits, if you go on my Instagram page, I am posting a picture of myself every day. It's quite stressful. I have to put my makeup on every day.
No, that's the thing, isn't it?
So it's just a nice, do you know what, I find it, when you get into it, it's quite a nice, rhythmic, therapeutic little process.
I know I was trying to see whether it says how many actual blocks you make. Does it say?
I mean, to be honest, you can make as many as you want.
Yeah, because you could just make it bigger and bigger.
You don't have to make them all. You could have a go at one and make it into a cushion, couldn't you?
Yes, indeed.
You know, if you decided, actually, it's not for me, you could stop at one. But you don't have to make it as big, or you could make it bigger.
You could make it bigger, couldn't you?
1, 2, 3, I think it's 16. It looks like it's
16.
4 by 4.
I was just trying to see whether it says. Oh yes, once you've made all 16 blocks, there we are, 16 blocks.
So every template page you've got to copy 16 times.
So would you make, like you're doing East at the moment, would you make 16 little Easts? Or would you do it block by block?
I would do it block by block, because you're going to keep your colours right then, and you're just working with your 3 brights and your backgrounds at once, I think. You're not going to mix it all up. Because each block has also got 7 pieces, and these corners are all fairly similar. I think you could get mixed up.
Sorry. I don't know if Kat and Emma can see. I've just found the clip.
You could get mixed up. So I would be inclined to work it block by block. I think you're less likely to get muddled.
Yeah.
Personally.
And maybe it's more of a sense of achievement, isn't it, when you've got a complete block?
Yeah. And it looks really nice. And then when you've got all your blocks, you can decide which order you're going to put them in. Because this looks great, because they're all just slightly juxtaposed, and you've not got colours next to each other, have you?
Yes.
Which is, again, a really nice effect. So I think block by block. Now block line that one up. Right, let's move. It's not particularly easy to unpick. You do need to be a little bit careful. It can be done, but it's not the easiest. So you do want to make sure you've got your placement nice before you sew.
Oh, so Suzanne, she's a convert too. I did foundation paper piecing recently for the first time, and used the add a quarter ruler too. She loved it and will definitely be doing some more.
Yeah, this ruler, I mean, before I've used, a card or a something like that, but because the ruler, you can do both bits. You can do the folding and the cutting. It's just really handy.
Is that what it's for? I mean, I know it's
Yes.
the 1/4 inch, but is it for folding as well?
Yes, it is. It
Oh,
is.
right, I thought you were just
That
being
tapered
clever.
edge is particularly for your foundation paper piecing. It says simplifies foundation piecing, the tapered edge for the folding back, and then you've got your straight edge for trimming.
It's good. It's useful to have a tool that works well, isn't it?
It is.
And a piece of card actually will end up getting a bit dog-eared, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So it's nice to have something that's going to stay fresh and
Definitely.
crisp. So the instructions are great here. I'm just sort of gathering, looking at these as
They're nice and clear.
Very clear.
If you've not done it before, there's quite a good description and nice pictures. And I think this is a good one for starters. So a couple of the other ones that I've demoed, you've ended up with a lot of points all coming down. They've sort of been more triangular, so you get a lot of bulky points all in one area, and that can be a little bit harder to cope with. Whereas because these ones are all strips, you don't get that bulk of seams in quite the same way, which I think makes it a little easier to get a really nice result. When you started putting your blocks together, it was a bit more straightforward. Right, so we're putting the last one on here. And then we'll trim it down.
And I'm sure you can be a bit quicker because obviously you're stopping to talk all the time. Although, just sewing on that, I like the sewing on the line to get the sort of wonky stripes.
Yes.
Because again, sometimes you might get wonky when you don't want to, but also it's actually quite hard to purposefully get wonky.
It is. And what I like about it is you can make, it looks very complicated. You know, it looks, this looks really, really complicated and difficult. But actually, because you've sewn it all on the lines, it's not really. It's deceptive. Okay, so I've put all my strips on and I'm going to just trim it down to the edge of the template, and you'll see it looks lovely and tidy then. And then I'll show you how to tackle the square.
I've got a message coming from Anne. This is Anne saying, morning all, my first ever foundation paper piecing with Beth's Stone Roses quilt.
Oh, I've got that one.
Oh,
I haven't tried
goodness.
it yet, but I've got the pattern.
Have you? It says
Yeah.
labour of love for a first timer. This one looks a little simpler, says
Yeah, probably. Okay,
But
so
I
look,
think
now
a lot
I've
of
trimmed
the
that
time-
down. Doesn't that look smart?
It does.
Yeah, looking good.
It does. It looks very good. I think a lot of the times, if you take it step by step, just go through it step by step, you can do it. It doesn't matter.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so then our next block, we've got a little central, it's not a square, rectangle type shape. We're going to approach it in the same way. Again, it's all numbered, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. So we're going to start on the bit between number 1 and number 2. I'm going to fold that up. I've got some orange as I've cut it really, really quite big actually, but it doesn't matter. And I'm just going to cut some strips. Now these ones, you can kind of cut as you go because you can see that they're getting progressively bigger. So I just cut as I went along, making sure that each strip for each little section was big enough.
So it is, as you say, quite handy to have your cutting mat and your rotary cutter and your ironing board. And,
Yes.
And your little iron. Having a little iron is so useful.
The little iron's
isn't it?
brilliant. Or, I mean, I'm at home, I've got my little sewing table, but I've literally got the ironing board right next to it. So there's not too much sort of running in and out. Yes, so again, we're going to put our 1 and 2 together. And you can see that this line doesn't extend all the way, but again, you're just going to follow that line. Going a little reverse just to keep it strong. So this one that's sort of in the middle doesn't extend to the end. Don't particularly extend over your line. Keep to your line on this one. It's when they're nearer the edges you want to extend over a little bit.
Have you pulled the paper off the other one yet?
I haven't yet.
Right. And again, do you leave that until later?
I will do that. I will show you. What I did with mine is I did all the pieces in my block, and then because what happens is it's a mirror image because you've done it on the back. So then you want to lay it all out and put it together bit by bit so that you get it the right way round. And again, you don't mix it up because you've got north, south, east. Yeah. So I would do all the ripping off all at the same time and the piecing each little template together all at the same time. You're not going to go wrong then, or you're less likely to go wrong, I think is the...
Although I don't know, is it wrong? I mean, you're just creating sort of a randomly striped with blocks. So I don't think it matters too much, does it?
No, I've just cut that wrongly.
Sorry, we were talking.
I've cut it to the edge instead of the thing. Have I got enough to get away with it? We're going to try and wing this. My advice to you is don't chat while you're doing it.
Especially not while you're using a rotary cutter.
No. Right, we'll try it there.
Oh, we've got a picture from Jill in Kent. Whilst you're putting that one in, let's have a look at this. Let me have a look. It's got a nice little message here.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it lovely? Hi there, Sophie. This was my first ever FPP. That was a sewing street project. Using the 1/4-inch rulers and the papers, very mindful. I added bees for a bit of fun. It is, it looks lovely. I love that.
Really nice.
With little bees.
It is mindful. You get into a little rhythm with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's lovely. I love that.
Okay, I've gone a little bit. I'm going to show you what not to do here. So I was so worried about getting it now because I trimmed it a little wrongly. That can you see I haven't brought this one over quite far enough. So when I start to piece that together later, I'm going to have to be very, very careful. Really, if at home, I would take that off and do it again. But I'm going to carry on just so that you can see how this shape works.
We'll allow you.
It's easily done.
It is. But
when you sometimes, if your mind wanders or whatever. Right, 1/4 inch.
But it's only a little bit. Even
But
if you
it's
did,
only a little bit.
if you had to unpick that, it's only a little bit.
Exactly. So a couple of times on there, I just got it, slightly, not quite right. But it was very easy to undo and just have another go. Right, we're on a pink one now. So let's just get my size right. Make sure I'm overlapping so we don't have that problem on the next bit, and there we go.
I know you said this is great for scraps, but I do like the fact that if you buy the whole kit, you've got all of those colours in there that you can combine, as you have shown, that you can just combine them into sort of threes and then mix them up again, can't you? Yes.
Yeah.
They do all work well together. And you could, if you wanted to, because in the pattern it sort of says 15 to 18 or something, you could actually add some other ones if you wanted to. You don't have to stick to just these colours. This is just it is a good stash bit. Look at that, I've got those three together. And then I'm going to put...
Which is half of the fun of patchwork,
It is.
I think, choosing the colours and mixing them up together and seeing what looks good.
I don't know if I'm putting the same colours together. No, I'm not. I'm putting different ones together for yours.
So you see, you can tailor it to your preference, can't
Yes.
you? So with this one, you can see that I'm working around. It's almost like a wonky log cabin. This
It is,
one.
isn't it?
Yeah. So make sure on this one that you really follow the numbers because you're sort of working on different sides at once. That one you're just working in a row, so it's straightforward. But this one you're working on different sides and you keep turning it. So just keep your eye on the numbers to make sure that you're always doing the correct one.
Yeah, so you're sewing it in the right order.
Yeah. It is literally sewing by numbers.
It is, isn't it? So I put my little packs here in a different order to yours.
But you see, I like that turquoise, purple and orange. I like that.
Yes. But, even if you've done these, as I have here,
Then you can mix them up again.
you can mix them up again, can't you? When you'll do the next one.
Yeah.
These are just ideas. I'm just doing this while Catherine's busy sewing, look. That's it.
So what's also, I think, quite good with it is that you can kind of pick it up and put it down.
Yes.
You haven't suddenly got a stack of 500 squares that you can't mix up and you've got to get them all sewn. You can just do a bit when you want.
You can do.
Because
and
you kind
because
of
you're
press
doing
them
it by
together.
numbers, you can stop anywhere
Yeah.
and then pick it up easily, can't
Yeah,
you?
you're not
you know
going
where
to
you're
get
going to start
confused
again.
where you are. So, you could go, oh, well, I'll just do one little template today and a little bit another day. And I quite like that, not feeling that you've got to get something done really fast.
Sometimes it's good to work to a deadline, isn't it? And then sometimes, I'm dreadful. I kind of work up until the
To be
deadline.
fair, Wendy, I need a deadline. So
I
it takes
do,
me
I
years.
do,
Years.
I do.
What day was it they were asking you to send in pictures of the unfinished projects? Do you know what? I thought, well, if I took pictures of all my UFOs.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a whole box of those.
A whole box?
I've
I've got a craft centre, a sewing room and a car boot. You should see my car boot. It's got like various things I can't fit in my sewing room or craft centre. I'm just like carting around in my car.
Well, only recently I put in a charity, actually one of these, our Rowan's hospice shop takes craft materials, and I put a dress that I'd cut out into that because it was a maternity dress that I'd cut out when I was first pregnant with my son, who's just turned 27. So
that's impressive.
A very long
That's
ago
impressive.
One.
I had a lady come and finish a pair of trousers with me that she'd started about 20 years before, and they still fitted her, which was impressive.
It's very impressive. I feel she should have been fed donuts. Oh, look at that. See how that's coming together?
Pink, so you can see how it's starting to come. We've got another row of pink now. So it's quite quickly it comes together, doesn't it?
Yeah,
so
it looks like
8.
a complicated block, that one, but actually, doing it like this, it's not, is it?
It isn't. Yes, hopefully you can see that actually it really isn't.
And the fact that you start off with sort of randomly strips of 1.5 inches, 1.25 inches, and then you trim them down as you go.
Absolutely.
I like this.
Yeah, I think you would quite like it, Wendy, actually.
Why is that? You're thinking because you don't have to think too much, and you're thinking that I can't think.
No, because not at all. Because I think it's precise, but you don't have to be precise. And that's not because you're not a precise person, but you quite like projects that come together quite quickly without having to be super precise.
I do, absolutely.
I think you like similar projects to me.
Yes. It's not, as you say, it's not that I don't like precision. And I do sit and do hand sewing sometimes, but I do tend to like, because I have a busy lifestyle, I suppose. Not that it's been that busy in the last year and a half, but it's, I don't have time to just take forever to do anything.
It's also, because, you know, some patchwork, that looks very intricate. It's very, very fiddly, isn't it? This isn't actually fiddly.
No. I think that's what I like as well.
Yes. Which...
And I'm thinking of, you know, the people that I teach. I have a weekly class and, or haven't had obviously for a long while, but I think something like this would appeal because they love to have a go at patchwork and quilting, but they haven't done much and they're nervous about having to cut things with precision. So I think this is a really nice way around
I'm going to do a foundation paper piece quilt in my next... Now we can all come back.
Yes.
We're going to do a foundation paper piece one with my patchwork group. They've got very good in lockdown. We've been Zooming and they've got brilliant at doing cutting and piecing, but it's time to teach them something new.
And it is easier to do that face to face, isn't it?
Yes. Now again, I've cut that one a little... No, I haven't cut it a little short. It's just where it is on the thing. It's remembering which strip I'm on. Okay, so we're now on our final little bit of...
Brilliant. We've got about 5 minutes left, Catherine, so that's perfect.
If I can sew these two on, and then I can just show you how they come apart and we'll go together. And then you can really get an idea of how it works. That's what I'm aiming to do in the time.
We have another question for you. Let's have a look. I just bought the pattern. What is the final size, please? Going to use up some of my Tilda stash. That'll be fabulous. The final size should be 51 by 51 inches. But
So it's a nice size, isn't it?
it is a nice size, but of course you could make it smaller, just use fewer blocks, so 16 blocks in that, or you could make it bigger.
Absolutely. Once you've got the templates, it's just up to you, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? I do like the idea of having them as cushion covers as well, actually.
Well, yes, you could make some matching ones.
You could, couldn't you?
Because it's quite a nice sized block when finished.
Yes.
I'll measure it if I get a chance. Okay. Oops.
I think it's lovely. We've only got 30 of the pattern on its own left, by the way, so if you do think you've got fabrics at home and you can do this, remember you do need quite a lot of different ones, then just get the pattern. It's £6.50. But if you want the guesswork taken out of it, all the decision making taken out, you can go for the whole kit, which is £28.99.
Absolute bargain.
And I put mine in different sets to Katharine, and you would put yours in completely different sets too. So how you put them together is entirely up to you, but it does mean all the guesswork's taken out of it, I think. Makes it easier. And of course you get the 6 fat quarters of the neutrals, and then you get 15 fat eighths of the colours.
Right, so this is the really fun bit. So we've got our pieces. So we're going to turn it over and we're going to carefully tear off. There is something really rather therapeutic about doing this. Now remember, mine is copier paper and it doesn't tear off quite as nicely as the foundation paper.
Yes.
So if you are planning to have a go, I would really invest in the foundation paper.
I think, as you say, it would tear off much more easily, wouldn't it?
It does. It's just that little bit lighter weight. But this is not too bad. And as I say, it's quite therapeutic. And you can see, as it comes apart, you've got your lovely 1/4 inch seams under there. So everyone thinks you're the most precise sewer ever. You feel really good about yourself. You're like, oh, look at my 1/4 inch seams. I'm so good.
leave your raw edges showing just because.
Yeah.
It's a bit like when you get into a size 10 pair of jeans and you know that little sticky label that it has down the
You
side.
gotta leave it on,
You just
yeah.
leave it on. Oh, so I didn't realise it was still on there.
Okay, I'm nearly all off. Okay, let's do the same. So immediately you can see it's floppier, and you've got that bit. You see why it's important to secure the edges, because these bits obviously aren't quite secure to the end, but when you join those together with your other blocks, they're along your 1/4 inch, so they will all get joined in. If I can do similar to this, then we can join it together to show you. So at this point I have a lovely little pile of paper on the ironing board where I've been tearing it all away.
So do you have to, I mean, with the foundation paper, will you have to tear it the way the same as you are, so like almost between each piece?
Yes, yes, because your stitching's perforated it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it should just tear away.
Got a message while you're doing that, actually. Sue Langford said, I love foundation paper piecing from the first time I tried it. Would never manage my Mariner's Compass quilt any other way. And once you started it, it's addictive, I'm sure.
It is, yes. Okay, so we're more or less there. So then you are going to place it together with your block right sides together, and we are going to stitch that. So it's only at this point when you put your block together that you need your 1/4 inch foot and a 1/4 inch seam. I'm just going to eyeball it today. I'm not going to change my thing, although there is a little guide on your machine that helps as well, isn't there?
I use that foot, the regular foot, and move the needle across. So you can use the edge of the foot as your guide and just move the needle across so it's 1/4 inch away.
That relies on me knowing exactly what to do with this machine though.
Yes, which is easier to do with your own machine at home.
When you've got your own machine, you know exactly which bit to move, don't you?
Yes. These are lovely machines though, aren't they?
They are nice. I've just never had enough time to really, really learn everything on them.
No, because you don't get time when you get in.
No. And if you just press that, you can see we've got that nicely together. Now you can see that bit is, I've got mine that way. I've done it the other way around because I haven't been, so I've actually sewn it to the wrong edge, I think.
I don't think it matters though, does it?
Oh no, it's that bit. It's that bit. There we go. So can you see what I mean? It reverses.
Yes.
So you've just got to be a little bit careful. And you can see there where I went a little bit, I didn't get it right to the edge, and I would correct that if I was doing it at home, because you can see then when you join to the next one, you're going to have problems with
Yeah,
that.
it's going to have a little...
So there's something just to be aware of when you're doing it.
You're saying what you would do is you'd do all of those. How many are there in that
So
block?
there are there's 7 pieces.
So you put all 7 pieces down, lay it out like you've got it.
Yeah.
And then take 2 together, sew them, 2 together, sew them.
So you want to do a row like the row like that. 1, 2, 3. Row like that. And this central one is one long one. So then you can attach those ones to the centre one.
Right.
Is the way to put it together. And I found that part really straightforward actually, because it's just like you're working with a normal piece of fabric.
Yes.
Yes. Just your normal quarter-inch
Well,
seams.
thank you. I think I found that absolutely fascinating because it's all new to me. So that's really good. And you're going to be back with us at 10 o'clock.
I am.
When you're going to be sucking lemons.
I used to do that when I was a child, put sugar on them.
Did you?
Yeah, and put them in the fridge and then, yeah.
Okay. Oh, no, none so queer as folk. Actually, I've got a friend who loves lemons on all her meals. Yes, so let's look at the bundle. So the bundle here, I've got it spread out here in front of me. What you get in the bundle is 6 neutral fat quarters. So you get 6 fat quarters and they sort of go in the middle of all your colours. And then you're getting 15 fat eighths. And just to remind you what a fat eighth is, it's obviously half of a fat quarter, but that's what a fat eighth will look like. So that's a fat eighth. You get 15 of those in all of these glorious colours, and you can put these together in your own groups. And of course you get the pattern with the full instructions and the template. So that is all in there for $28.99. So it's a really lovely little pack, and that does take the gas up. And of course you can add your own colours to that as well if you wanted to add a few more colours, and then you can just keep these in your stash. But what you have got here is enough to make that whole quilt front, which is 51 by 51 inches when it's finished, 16 of these units. That is $28.99. And then if you want to, you can then add to your basket one of our lovely backings. So look at these backings. This is the gold, 3.5 metres, and it's Rose and Hubble quality, and it is 44 inches wide. Oh, just put that one. So that's that one. That's the gold. If you buy multiples of these, they're already pre-cut. So they're pre-cut in 3.5 metre bundles. Then we have the marine, which is this gorgeous blue. So these colours do pick up the colours in here. So you can, it look really lovely. And I know you don't need to finish the back of this, but it would be quite nice to have sort of different colours on the back as well, actually. So you could do that. So that's $22.49. Then we have magenta. This is a lovely colour too. This goes with my green. So this is the magenta, 3.5 metres. And finally we have cream. So this is the cream, so 3.5 metres again, 44 inches wide, $22.49. If you want the pattern on its own, we can still do that. We've got very few left now. This is £6.50 and it's a pattern with the templates. So you provide your own fabrics. And then we also have the foundation paper that we were saying, which is sort of better to use than copier paper. It's fine. It's a cross between, do you know what it reminds me of? A bit like, not wrapping paper, but that's paper that you used to get, sort of rough wrapping paper. So it's a cross between sort of tissue and paper, so it's nice and lightweight. It's made especially for foundation piecing. You get 100 sheets, it's regular A4 size, so you can print it on your printer easily. And you need to print off 16 of each of the templates, each of the 7 templates. And then of course, the add a quarter ruler, which Catherine's been using. So it comes 2 pieces in there. We have to pop one aside because these are going like hotcakes. So these are really good. So you've got the tapered edge to do the folding, and then you've got the 1/4 inch edge to cut your neat 1/4 inch seams. I love that. So we're now going to go for a quick break and to swap everything over because we've got Floral Fabrics coming up very soon.
Hello, I'm Katharine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking. But I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and oh, you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself, and I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened, take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, you know, slowly. And I would also say the iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, welcome back. This is the Floral Fabric Hour. But before I get stuck into all these beautiful fabrics which are waiting to be stroked on my side here, I want to just recap quickly on these needles. Now they are going out thick and fast, but we do still have some left because we did order extra quantity this time. And as having the right needle for the job is an absolute passion of mine, I'm going to wax lyrical about these again. So what we have here, what you get for £19.99 is 9 packets of needles, and each packet there are 6 needles, apart from the one, this one, that which is the 5. So these are 6 needles in these packets. So these are sort of the new revamped packets of needles from Hemline, who've been doing these Class A needles for many a year. But what they've done, what they've revamped, they've put an extra needle in the packet, and they've also coloured the shank of the needle, which means that you can see at a glance what kind of needle you're using, and then when if you need to replace it, if you've only used it for a little bit and you want to put it back in its containers, you can see I've just flipped that open, and then I can just get the needles out. And then if I show you this one, so this is the sharps, and you can see it's got a green shank. Can you see it's green? If I just move those about, can you see the green on that? Have I picked the most difficult colour for you to see? So that's got the green to go. So the sharps, it's got a green. That makes it so much easier to know what needle you're sewing with, because it is important that you sew with the right needle for the job. Something I'm passionate about. So what have we got? So what I've got here in this pack, so you've got all of these needles. So the first pack here is the sharps, and the sharps are for your tightly woven fabrics, and particularly if you're using lightweight fabrics, these are really good. They start at size 60 and go up to an 80. 80 is also known as 80/12. 70 is 70/10, 60 is 69. The two different numbers are the US sizing and the European sizing, so the larger number, the 60 to 80, is the European. So this is for your woven fabrics, regular fabric, but the lighter weight fabrics, so maybe your chiffons and lightweight transparency fabrics, etc. Really great needles. Universal is the next one. So universal is the grey, so it's just a standard needle. That is your most commonly used needle. It's the one that that's why it's called universal. It's because it's used more universally. It is used for woven fabrics, and this pack contains needles from size 70 to 90. So that's going from quite lightweight. 80 is your average. That was the one that you would generally use for most sewing, and then 90 if you're working with slightly heavier weight fabrics. So you've got two of each of those in that pack. You've also got stretch needles. Now the stretch needles are used for very stretchy fabrics, such as fabrics with lycra, spandeau or scuba fabric, one of these new body form fabrics. Anything that's really, really stretchy. So you've got needles in there 75 to 90, so again, good average sizes for your bulk of your fabrics. Next to that is ballpoint. So ballpoint needles are for your ordinary jersey fabrics, your ordinary stretch fabrics, t-shirting, etc., that kind of fabric. Both of those two packs, stretch and ballpoint, you use these because they have a slightly rounded tip. You wouldn't necessarily can see that, but it means it parts the fibres rather than pierces them. That's why you use them. If you don't use these on your stretchy fabric, what can happen is you can get split stitches. The stitches can sort of suddenly become long and short and long, and you'll think, what's going wrong? Start changing the tension. No, it's your needle. Also, if you use a blunt needle, you can get skipped stitches, and you can get snagged fabrics, particularly on the stretch. Then we have top stitching needles. So when you're doing something with the stitching showing on the top, use a top stitching needle which has a larger eye. It's not easy to see here on the cameras, but I can see looking down because I've got my glasses on. It's got a larger eye, so you can use the thicker thread, you can use top stitching thread, or you can even put, if you've got a second spindle, you can put two threads through the top to get a thicker thread going on the top, so that the top stitching, which basically is stitching that shows on the top of the garment, is more pronounced. Embroidery needles, again, they have a great eye and a sharp point. Now these are really useful for machine embroidery when you've got a machine that's sewn and machine embroidery, and for decorative stitches. All those lovely stitches you've got with the concentrated stitching, an embroidery needle, and then you can use your lovely glossy embroidery threads. This is the sewing machine embroidery threads. Jeans needles, called jeans because they're good for sewing through denim, but actually they're also good for any other thicker fabrics such as canvas, upholstery fabrics, curtaining fabrics. And these start at 90, so that's a higher, more robust needle going up to 100. So you've got three of each kind in there. Then we have the leather needles. Now these are, they've got a different shaft and they've got a different sort of shank on them. And these are so that they go through non-woven fabrics such as leather and suede and PVC. So if you've got a fabric that hasn't been woven and therefore hasn't got that natural weave, you want to use a leather needle because it will go through nicely. And then finally, and you get all of these things. Finally, we have got our quilting needles. Now these are 80, they're all 80, so that's a good standard size. And they have nice sharp points for precision stitching. And it's so important to use the right needle for the job. You should be changing it after every project or every 8 hours of sewing. You can use all of these needles in a normal sewing machine, any sewing machine. The only stipulation is if you have a very, very old machine and you insert the needle sideways rather than from front to back, so the eye's going sideways, no. But if you've got a machine where you insert your thread through the needle front to back, you can use these. These are for sewing machines, not overlockers. These are sewing machine needles. You really do need this whole pack, honestly, because you will use them at some point, and having the right needle will make so much difference to your sewing. It will solve a lot of the stitch problems that you may have because you think that there's something wrong with the tension or the thread. People are buying multiples, which is a good idea, because either you're stocking up for yourself or you're thinking, I've got a friend who needs that. And as I said earlier on, if any of you are coming to my creative sewing weekend, make sure you've got this. Sue, that's my sister. So we actually started with hundreds of these, more than we've ever had before, and we are now down to less than 20. So if you do want to grab it, it is a really good one to grab. And the fact that they have got the different colours on the shafts here, on the shank there, so they've got that different colour, so you can see at a glance what needle you have been using and what is it. They're all really lovely. Even these ones that are in the sort of the 5-pack here, they have this greeny colour on them, so you can see when you've got that out, oh, that's a quilting needle, because it matches the colour on the thing. And they are very easy to keep stored in here. They just open at the back. You can take the needle out and then you can clip it back together again. And it's safe and ready to use another time. So really lovely. If it's in your basket, I would suggest you check out. We're down to single figures on this, and it isn't yours until you've checked out. And you do, of course, only pay the 1 P&P all day. So if you're buying this and maybe that lovely quilt pack we had just now, or some of these beautiful fabrics that we've got in a minute, or the creative grids that I've been having fun playing with, then now's the time to check out, and then you come back again and buy again, and you haven't got to pay P&P again. It's all done once. So look at that. Oh, I can't put one aside for me, can I? Do you think if these just accidentally slip in my handbag, it would be noticed? Kat said she'd notice. They are really good. So this hour, we've got Floral Fabrics. So we're going to start with this set. This fabric range is called Camilla. We're doing them all by the ½ metre. So there's no bundles, it's all by the ½ metre. So you choose which ones you want to buy. I've just splayed them out like this, but I'm just going to start with the top one. Let's put those to one side. Oh, it does feel lovely. This has got a lovely feel to it. So there's by the ½ metre, £6.99 for ½ metre. Let me turn that round. Put the label back on. Look at that. Look, you can see the colours that are made up in this, all these colours. 18 different colours are in this print on this lovely fabric. Isn't that beautiful? Sort of big bunches of flowers. And it is directional. So you can see the flowers, the big bunches. This would make a lovely dress, it would. You'd have to be full, I think, full skirted. But even, you know, something like a cushion cover, that would look lovely as a cushion cover, because you could just, make sure you've got them centred nicely, and you've got a nice cushion cover there. It's beautiful. This is a lovely big print. So it would look lovely backing something as well. So you don't want to cut small little pieces, unless, of course, you're going to applique. You could cut out that bunch and applique a bunch like that. So that's a really lovely piece. 100% cotton, and it is quilting weight, but actually it can be used for all sorts of projects. I always wonder why they say quilting weight, because it is just lovely as it is. It's beautiful. Right, that's one, and now we have this one. Look at the colours. So it's the same design, but this time it's got lots of colour on it. So again, we've got 18 colours. The little selvage colour thing showing me it's number 18. And I think it's standard width. Let me just double check. Here's my trusty little ruler here. Get to the other end. So yes, this is 44 inches, but that includes the selvage. So it's standard width. Oh, if anybody is actually in that is 112 centimetres. And it's a lovely colour. You could do big bunting with this. That's just suggesting bunting. So you could do big bunting. But isn't that beautiful? Yes, so the white flowers, look, yes. I mean, the detail is beautiful. They're not just solid. All of the flowers have got sort of shading on them. It's really lovely. All colourful. Then we have the next one. So again, we've got the same design, but this time on an ecru beigey background. Oh, yes. So look at this again. So you can see all the detail in the flowers. Again, you've got all this beautiful detail. And they're really, really lovely. And that background makes those flowers pop out as well. So if you're looking for a softer background, it's £6.99 for the ½ metre. But don't forget, that means that you can buy 1 metre or 2 metres or whatever. You just put multiple units in your basket. Really pretty. I just love the feel of these as well. They do feel lovely. The quality is beautiful. And then the next one. So now we're going to a different print. It is tonal, isn't it? It's sort of almost like sort of monotone, but it's not, because it does actually have 10 colours in it, believe it or not. So it's got 10 colours in that. And these ones, I'm just looking at them to see whether they're directional. They're sort of going in all different directions, so I think that's fine. You haven't got to worry about that. But it is really beautiful. It's really so this is one that you can definitely use sort of for smaller pieces if you wanted to. And you can fussy cut. Can you imagine if you, I mean, this is a big piece to buy to make buttons, I appreciate, but when you've got some left over, you could fussy cut round the flower to have you in the centre of your self-covered buttons, which would look really lovely. But it's nice because you can do all sorts with this. I like the randomness of the flowers here. They're not quite in straight lines, they're sort of in lines. And then you've got this light spot in the background, yes. But the detail on the flowers is beautiful. So really another really pretty one. And then we have this one. So this is, again, it's the same print. So we've got the same print, but with the navy background. It does make it look completely different. And it's funny that it's a dark background, but somehow because those colours just pop straight out at you, it looks really bright. And I think I'm just going to, if I put that one with it, can you see? You could actually mix those two. They would look nice together because it's the same collection. And I think it's nice to have those, the big flowers, so you could a big centerpiece, and then you could have smaller pieces with the smaller flowers. I think that would look really nice. Now we have a light one with a sort of silver biscuit background. It's the same print. It's the same print here, but it's on again. So doesn't this make this look, it really kind of stands out and make it look really, really bright. This would make a lovely dress, I think. And again, we can put, if I put one of the other colours to it, I think it would look nice. Now this is not got the same background colour, but you've got the light, so the background colour is kind of picked up in the little dots on here, which makes it look really lovely. So what else? If we let's put one of these other ones. I mean, I think the thing is they would all match because I think they are from the same collection, so you can mix them up. If you wanted to add the blue, the darker blue with that, again, they do go together nicely. So it's really pretty. I'm just going to read a message as well. I missed this from last show, so I want to just say it. Susan Waitland has said, I got my little travel folding, cutting, ironing mat the other day, so be ready to try this quilt. This is the quilt that Katharine was demonstrating earlier, and she's looking forward to trying that. So that would be really good when she does that. I love those little travel, cutting, ironing mat things. They're so handy, and they're perfect actually when you're doing the foundation piecing like she was, where you have the iron right next to the sewing machine, next to your cutting mat. Brilliant, perfect combination. So this was this. I'll back to this one now. This was this lovely fabrics. I've got one more in this collection, and so if I just fold this one, and then this is the last one in this collection. Look at this. So an even smaller print. So again, it does go beautifully with these larger ones as well. So they make a lovely combination if you're thinking of a project where you combine different prints. This small print is lovely. It's got hints of yellow in the flowers. The red is bright, and it's got little centres to the flowers here. I'm just seeing if I can see. So this has got 13 colours in it. Just looking on the selvage there, 13 different colours. Which you can't, you know, you wouldn't, if you just looked at that straight down, you'd think I can only find 5 or 6. But that's because of the depth of all the different shading and the detail. So it's actually made up of lots of colours. So that's really beautiful. So that you can certainly do something with, where you can cut smaller pieces. And they are directional because all the stems are going in one direction. But doesn't it go well with these other pieces as well? You can really mix them up. So this is the whole of the Camilla range. So no bundles today. This is all by the ½ metre. So you can buy ½ metres, or of course you can buy multiples of the ½ metres. This is the last little one here. They're all 44 inches wide, all 100% cotton, and they're quilting weight. But actually, don't be misled. Quilting weight means you can make clothes out of them, you can make cushions out of them, you can do all sorts with those. Now this one, this is called Country Soiree. This is no bundle, but I have to say, now you wouldn't believe it from me, would you? But I have seen a quilt made up of combinations of greys like this, and it looked absolutely stunning. It really did. And it's very sort of classic and sophisticated looking, isn't it? And it would go with any decor. Let's have a look at this first one. So this one is code SRU191. Paisley on navy. Look at that. It's a big paisley design. Great big swirls. In fact, if I turn it up, you can see those. It does look like it's metallic gold. It's not, but it has that look about it. It looks very rich, doesn't it? Very rich design. So this is by the ½ metre, £6.99. Very pretty. Made up of, how many colours does that say? 8. So there's 8 colours in that. This would, you could make shirts. You could definitely make a shirt out of this. But you could also, I mean, you could make all sorts of different things. But you can make clothing. You could make shirts. You could make like harem pants out of this. That would be quite nice. But I can see this as furnishings as well. Certainly, you could make cushion covers out of that. Could make seat cushions. Yes, dining table seat cushions. That would be nice. Then we have this one. Now this is, do you need the code or can you read it? Yes, it is ZIU190. So just make sure we put the right graphics up for you. So look at this. This is nice. It's sort of a very sort of randomly striped look. It's got this sort of ziggy-zaggy path, a drunken path almost, with these lovely flowers. These remind me of thistles. I've got a lot of them in my garden. I think they're pretty. Apparently I should take them out. I like the yellow dandelions, and then I've got the thistle heads. We have this in another colourway as well. But that's a very pretty one. And then, oh, I like this next colour. This is a lovely soft fabric again. This one It's got that sort of bronzy colour coming through. And you can really see that design on there. See how it goes. I think that's very, very pretty. Very delicate design. I think it's got a right way up. Let me turn it up the other way. That's better. You've got the stems coming downwards. So it's really lovely. Little sort of stars in between. It's all the delicate detail in the leaves. Very pretty. It's lovely soft fabric as well. It feels really good. It is, I think, a homeware. I think homeware's definitely. It's beautiful. And then we have this one. So we've got two colourways in this one. So this is the darker of the two. And this has got like a tiny spot. It's got like a tiny sort of spot all over it. Can you see? Isn't it beautiful? And then and it's almost sort of distressed, the way this swirls and things are. And it's sort of got this sort of antique-y look about it, I think. It's only made up of 3 colours. But it just looks lovely. Bolster cushions. It's sort of opulent. It's opulent colour. Although it's grey, it has that sort of opulence about it because it just looks sort of so classic. And then the next one, so the same design, but this is the lighter version. Really lovely. It does feel furnishing to me. This, I mean, you can use it for whatever you want. And this, because the design is fairly small on this, of course, it's fine for quilting as well and cutting into smaller pieces. So it's really, really very lovely. Lovely feel to it. And now we're going back to Paisley. This time on silver. Never know with a Paisley design which way up is right. Look at that. Can you see that lovely, it's such a big, beautiful design. I think with this, personally I would have to get a metre, because I think you'd want, that big, it's such a big design in there, and you'd want to centre that into something as that centre panel. And I think, if you're quilting or something, and then you've got free motion or even just ordinary stitching going round to make some of this define and come out, and you could use some hand stitching as well just to embellish some of the areas. Beautiful. Really gorgeous design. And then the next one, we've got 2 more left in this collection. Ooh, struggling to fold this one. Doesn't want to go back on the folds. So the next one is this. So again, we've got 2 colourways in this one. Let's go with the dark first. And again, this has got lots of detail, very fine detail. You can see it, all of these little tiny fine ones are made up of little dots, which gives it a sort of antique-y feel, I feel. Very pretty. Simple colours. And then we have one final one from this range before we go to the bright florals. So this is our final. So this is all part of the Country Soiree range. So again, you've got all of this very fine detail. It does have a touch of Moda, but obviously this is, it's Windham. Is it Windham or Wyndham? Wyndham Fabrics? It's lovely, soft. It feels, honestly, it feels gorgeous. If I do this, I always like to crunch up the corner of a fabric to see how it feels. It's not creasing badly, look. And it just feels beautiful and soft. It's a lovely weight of fabric. All of these are. So really pretty, really delicate designs. And obviously, you know, you can, because we're doing them all by the ½ metre, they go well together too. You can put that with that one. You can bring in a darker one, all that. So they all go beautifully together. And they're all from the Country Soiree range. Now we're going to Brights. But we've also got, look at these. Oh, we've got a whole mixture here. So I'm just going to spread them out so that we can see what we've got coming up. Oh, look at this. This will be good for the next one. We're going into lemons. Oh, that looks like Liberty, is it? Oh, look at that one. I love that. Oh, look at this one. Oh, this is my one. You can't have that. I want another one. So look at them all. Look, all these lovely fabric. Are we going to get through all of these? Beautiful. Let's start with this one. This has got to be my favourite. We've only got 6 metres of this. It's a Moda. So it's Moda fabric. So again, beautiful, 44 inches wide. Beautiful quality. I'm scrunching up a corner as I do, and it really doesn't crease that badly at all, which I love to see. This says to me, if I'm talking clothes, it's definitely a full-skirted dress, full-skirted summery dress, I think. But also, I think this would make lovely quilting fabric, which is, I'm sure is what it's designed for. 100% cotton. It would be beautiful because it's got an all over print like this, so you can cut it up. Even if you've only got a small piece, it would still look, just a small piece would look lovely and colourful. Bags you could make out of this. Patchwork pocking on, yes, you could add pockets to things. This is gorgeous. I love that colourway, definitely. So if it is in your basket, do be careful, because we've now got 5 metres left, so it's going very quickly. Because of course, you're buying it by the ½ metre, so you can buy ½ a metres, or if you're buying, say, 3 metres for a dress, you would need 6 units in your basket. So that one, feel free not to buy it, all right? It might be the last time we see, that's not fair. Okay, we're down to 4. Stop buying it. How dare you? This one. So if I can't have that one because it sells out, this one, look at this. It feels like it's batik, but it isn't. But it is, again, it's a lovely print. And I just love this. And this kind of pink, I mean, if you're thinking clothes, this kind of pink suits every woman. It really does. It's a beautiful colour. But obviously, again, because it's sort of all over and it's almost like a scribble design on it, then you can use small pieces of it as well, and they still look absolutely fabulous. Again, we've only got 5½ metres of this one available. You've still got a chance of getting it, but I think that is absolutely beautiful, that one. So keeping pinky, let's go for this one. No, this is a bit different, isn't it? Look at this. This is the Queen's Jewels on rose fabric. Can you see these beautiful? They've got crowns on their heads, and then they've got garlands in their beaks, and then pearls in the design. That's very luxurious, isn't it? That would make a fabulous cushion piece. Look at that, just in that bit there, wouldn't it? Or a centrepiece of a quilt. Or you could have, if you had a little girl's dress, you'd have to centre that on the centre front and the centre back. You want a very simple design. You just want a very, very simple design. This is when we were looking at sew girl patterns yesterday, and some of the sew girl patterns are very simple lines, and that's when you use a fabric like this, because you're not going to break it up by seaming. This is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful, and it's something you can use big pieces because the fabric itself does all the shouting. Now, we did mention this one was Liberty, so let's look at this one, because this is such a traditional Liberty print, isn't it? This is from the Cottage Garden collection, and this one's Cosmo in the Meadow. It's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful soft colours all over. These, I mean, this would make a lovely little girl's dress with a matching hat, little dungarees, little summer dungarees. Or, of course, you know, if you're making some nice cushion covers for the garden. It's softer colours, more gentle. Because not everybody wants bright, bright, bright. I accept that. You're wrong, but no, it wouldn't do if we all liked the same thing, would it? Now, talking about batik, this one looks like it's batik. What about this one? This is a Dan Morris. Dan Morris design. This is a crisper cotton. This would make lovely summer wear. I know these are mostly for quilting, but this would make something beautiful. I mean, this almost says sarong to me because of the crisp cotton, but it is a print. So Dan is a designer based in Virginia Beach in the USA. He's been an artist for more than 20 years. Wow. He's a photographer, he travels. You can see that, this is beautiful, isn't it? And it has that kind of batik-y look about it, but it's a cotton print. It's lovely, very, very beautiful. Are we going to dress John in that one? Is that our John shirt one today? There's another one I like, actually. I'm not sure whether he likes to wear pink, but there is another one. Let's grab this one, look. This one has got animals on it. It's pink, but it's got animals. This is from the Woodland Walk range. And can you see? Oh, it's by Natalie Letton. It's for your Maria's Conservatory, did you say? Oh, that was. I thought you were saying it's from your sister's conservatory or something. Look, it's got animals. It's got little animals dotted amongst all the lovely exotic flowers. Beautiful colours. And quite sort of big, modern, bold flowers. You would just need a simple, whether you're using it in, you know, crafting, patchwork quilting, bag making, or dressmaking, you can keep your design simple because the pattern is on the fabric here. Lovely bright colours. And then we have got, something I'm just going to quickly mention because we might not get to. We have got these really gorgeous magnets. I'm just going to bring those in. I just wanted to show you, we've got 3 different ways of these. Let me open this one up. I mean, they're not sewing, they're magnets. This is the blue. So the blue one there, so it's a little box of 4 magnets, £9.99. So we have magnets on the fridge. Everybody has magnets on the fridge nowadays, don't they? Would keep your messages and things. These are just really pretty. They're just little floral designs. So I just wanted to bring those in because they're on my desk here. Isn't that gorgeous? And I put it over here, so it's this floral design. It's so gorgeous. It feels like it's got sort of crushed, you know, dried flowers in there, but it hasn't. It's just a print. They're stuck to the base on the thing. I'm taking them out of the one that we're allowed to open. So this is another one of the designs. Really pretty. So this is £9.99 for this little pack of 4 magnets. It's just a lovely gift, I think. Just thought I'd quickly grab those and show them. And then we have green. This is the green one. So again, I've got an open packet so I can actually get them out. These are really pretty. So these are lilies, all different lilies. Just to, if you've got in your sewing area, if you've got something with a magnetic surface, I mean, I use them on my filing cabinet. And they just keep things together nicely. The only thing is they've got a rounded top, so possibly not, because you'd have to sorry, I'm answering the question that nobody else has heard, so you don't know what I'm answering. So could they be used as needle minders? Probably not, because they've got a rounded top, so you'd have to have them up that way to put the needle on, and they wouldn't be this. I mean, you could, but you'd sort of not seeing the pretty design, which would be a bit of a shame, really. So probably not, no. But very pretty. And then finally, we have the pink packet, which looks like roses, all the roses. So these are really lovely too. Just a little gift idea to pop in the basket along with fabrics for somebody who don't know what on earth to get. And then we go back to the fabrics. So, okay, let's go for these ones in front. I've got 2 of this colourway here. Let's just look at this one. These are from pink. This is the orange one. Okay, this is from the Squeeze range. So this is a lovely all-over print. So again, this is great for borders, for sashing, for small areas when you're cutting small bits. This is really lovely. And I'm just looking at it, and it's sort of multi-directional, so we haven't got to worry about a right way up, which makes it very useful. And then we have the same in this lovely lemon yellow. So again, it's a lovely design. This would make it, I mean, it's a beautiful soft cotton. It would make a lovely little girl's dress, so bright and cheerful. But it's also great, because it's quite a small design, you can use it in patchwork and quilting. If you want a fancy lining in something, look at that. Adding a nice lining in a bag, something a bit different. And then, keeping with the sort of a 2 colourway one, look at this. This is lovely. I love these 2 colours together. It's a sort of a magenta and blue. We do have it in another, oh yes we do, I'll grab that one in a second. So this one is in the, they've got the blue background. This is Woodland Walk. So it was the same collection as, which one was it the same collection as? Oh, this one. Ah, it's the same collection as this one. That's interesting. They do go together. And then, so we have this, so this is with the blue background. And then we have the same thing again, but with the, it's more of an ivory background. I love the colour of this one. This really looks beautiful. Just trying to see whether there's an up or down, but I don't think there is. Little butterflies and flowers. It is, it does have that look of delicate china, I agree with you. I think this is really very pretty design, very sort of summery and light. Looks like somebody sketched. Love the little butterflies flying around as well. And then we have, so I'm going to keep on these colours. Let's look at this one. This is from the Moda Moody range. This almost looks stenciled, doesn't it? It really does look beautiful. I love those big bold flowers on there. But they sort of look arty. Lovely quality cotton. 100% cotton, is it? Yep, 100% cotton. But lovely and soft. It's Moda, so we know the quality. Beautiful. Now we've got this in a second colourway. The blue. Oh. So this is a leaf design. So it's on the same collection, not the same print, but the same collection. And this is leaf, and this has got lots of little sort of almost like raindrops in different colours. Very pretty with all these leaves. And I think the leaves are sort of going in every direction, so you haven't got to worry about directional print. It really is a beautiful print. Just love this sort of sudden splash of real colour into these ones. Adds another dimension to it. And then we have, I've got to go for this one, look, it keeps beckoning me to come forth. This is a lovely one. This is another Wyndham fabric with an all-over design, a nice big sort of swirly design, which looks lovely. And I think again it's because it's sort of all over and swirly, you haven't got to worry about the right way up. It can go any way. Or maybe, I don't know, these flowers are definitely up the other way. Let's try again. Maybe there is a right way up. There we are, look. We've only got 6 metres left of this one, if you're looking to buy multiple metres. And this is solstice. Very lovely. Yeah, June's a solstice, isn't it? And then we've got a paisley print. This is pretty, but a little one this time. In this lovely pink. This is really pretty. Got lots of colours in here. All the detail in the design. This would make a beautiful, I mean, you say little girl dresses, Kat's suggesting, but this would make a nice dress for a bigger little girl too. It would make lovely, because it's a lovely soft cotton as well. But again, because the design is quite small, you can actually use small parts of it for some quilting and patchwork. And then we've got one more big sort of roses print. Saving that one to the end. Okay, let's look at these ones. So I'm going to look at these two first because they're a similar design. Now this one's intriguing. It's sort of got it is like a flower, but it's not a flower. And then it's got little leaves. Oh, it's already sold out, sorry. Put that one away. That is lovely, but that's the thing, you can actually pre-order, so some people have already done that. Let's look at this one. So this is similar to the pinky one that I was looking at. It's another Dan Morris, this is the guy from Virginia. And it's got this sort of batik feel to it because of the way the print has been done. But it is a very beautiful floral. Look at that lovely. It's on this sort of really deep turquoisey blue background. Lots of lovely, lovely flowers. This is very lovely. And the quality is gorgeous. It feels lovely and soft. We have got 10 metres of this. Sounds like a lot, but if you're thinking of making something quite big with this. I mean, you know, even if you just use this for the back of a quilt, isn't this absolutely gorgeous? Wouldn't that look lovely? It would go beautifully with the quilt we've got hanging up over there, actually, because of the colours on it. So that is a very lovely piece, and I love the quality of that. It's a lovely crisp cotton. And then we have these. So these are more from the solstice range. So we've got 4 in these. Let's start with the orange one. I like all these together though, they look really pretty. If you're looking for a nice bold quilt. Just put it up this way because the little flowers, are they stems or stalks? But they come downwards. So this is a directional one. It's very pretty. And we also have this in another colourway with an ivory background. That's an ivory background, so it's the same design. So this is £7.49 for a ½ metre. And they just go well together. All the colours just blend because they're picking out the same colours, but just these ones are just lighter. Very pretty. So if you're more into lighter colours, made up of 9 different colours on this. And then we have the next colour, which obviously you know I'm going to say is my favourite. It's pink. So again, it's the same design. I'm going to turn it up the right way. There is a direction on it. It's got little stalks coming down. But isn't that a pretty colour? So it's on the solstice range. Lovely quality fabric. Very beautiful. Lots of different things you can make with that. From using it as a main feature piece to using it as a really funky lining. And then finally, again, the same design, looking different because of the colours that's been chosen. If you're more into greens, look at this. This would look lovely. You can almost see like a stripe in it on this one, which I didn't notice on the others. Can you see? It almost has like a stripe going across. It's interesting, isn't it? But you can't really see that on the other colourways. But it's there. It's interesting, isn't it? How just using a different colour brings out a different part of the fabric. It's lovely, really beautiful colours. So all sorts you can make for all of this. Now our final floral fabric is a special. It's a poplin weight. And you can mix poplin with cotton. It's a cotton poplin. And what that means is it's lighter weight. It's a Rose and Hubble still. It's lighter weight. Very, very flowy, gather beautifully. It's just £3.99 ½ metre. Look at that. Doesn't that look gorgeous? That is a garden party dress waiting to happen. That really is. Absolutely beautiful. I say that because I'm going to a garden party in August. This is standard width again. This is half the width. Let me just double check. Yes, that's 44. So this is definitely, it's really gorgeous. I mean, even a little girl's, just a little pair of dungarees, little girl's dress, little hat. But I could see this in a big girl's dress too. I think it's beautiful. Or a skirt, full skirt, or top, like the top that Katharine was wearing earlier. That would make this beautifully. So it's a lovely, lovely design. So it's only £3.99 for ½ metre, which means that it's less than £8 for a metre. So that is a very good price for that. So this is our little special for this hour. So to end the hour, we are going to say, grab it while you can. This is really good. So, there is a bit of a queue on the phone lines at the moment. They will get you, so if you just have a little patience, please. And we do have a good quantity of this one because it's sort of our special for the hour. So it's £3.99. And I do hope it doesn't sell out, because this is one I think I'm going to go for, and I will be buying probably 3 meters of it, so 6 units of that, to make a lovely summery dress. I think it's really pretty. Even a big circular skirt, yes, something like that. Or you can actually use it to add just details to something that's plain. Or again, if you just want it as a fancy lining in something. I like making linings inside bags, look really lovely. And I think this would, and it's £3.99 for half a metre. You can't really go wrong. And of course you can mix it with your quilted weight cottons. You might need to interface, but if I put some of these with it, you can see it does go beautifully with some of these others, and you can mix them up. But because remember, if you're quilting, you're going to be putting wadding behind it anyway, so that will sort of balance things out quite well. So it certainly does bring in some of these other colours. So a lot of people have got it in their basket now, which I'm not at all surprised. But if you want more than half a metre, remember to buy multiples of, so you just add the number of units that you want, and then it will come as a piece, one long piece. So you can call the call centre. There is a bit of a wait on that because they're very busy. Or of course you can go online and order it. So you can go to the online, or you can go to the app. There's all sorts of ways. And we did have a lovely message earlier from, I can't remember the name of the lovely lady, who said that she spoke to somebody from the call centre and spoke to Jackie, and she was really helpful. So that's really nice to hear, because I've always found them incredibly helpful too. And that was Angela that said that to us. So we're just going to go to another quick break, and I'm going to eat a banana to stop my tummy rumbling, so I apologise if you've been hearing it. And then we're going to have Katharine back here with our lemon fabrics. See you in a bit.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire, where I run a couple of sewing groups, and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi, welcome back. I'm glad that you've come back to join me and Katharine Wright, who's here again for the second of her 3 hours. And this time she is going to show us some tips on making this very, very simple apron. You can see the apron that's there on the screen now. It comes on a pre-printed panel. So you might think she's patched all that together, but actually no, it's really, really simple. And of course, it's almost more simple once you know some tips and tricks that Katharine's going to show us. But what I like about this panel is the fact that, can you see here, that it has the instructions on how to sew. Click one of our little labels right on the top there. So the instructions on how to sew are right there. But it is very, very simple, just lemons, and you have the pinny itself, the pocket that goes onto the pocket placement, and then the two straps as well. Oh, and these are the ties and the ties. So you've got your straps and your ties. And some lemons. I don't know what you want to do with those, but you could plique them onto something. And we do have some plain fabrics to go with this, so you could actually cut those out and applique them onto something, maybe a pot holder or something like that. But this is our first panel. So this is the apron panel. It's $14.99. And you make a really lovely summery apron, perfect for barbecuing in the garden, I think, isn't it? Something that you can do. Whip something up. Yes, if you're whipping something up in the kitchen, get your lovely glad rags on, pop your pinny on top so you don't make a mess of your glad rags, and you can whip something up last minute and then take it round. It's a really pretty little pinny actually, and I think it'd make a lovely gift if it was made up and given to somebody. That's very, very pretty. So that's that panel, but we also have a bundle of fabrics which goes with it. So if you are looking, does that include this panel? Right. So we've also got this bundle here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fabrics in this bundle. And the panel, and this is for $65.99. Now these are all 1/2 meters, and of course the panel is the panel, so you get those 1/2 meter pieces, and you get this. I haven't seen this before, so I'm opening it up with an excitement here. These are like cushions or placemats, and again it's got instructions on the panel of what you need. So this is beautiful. I love this design. So this would make a lovely accompanying design, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's really pretty.
Two-sided.
Have your whole kitchen matching.
You could have lots of bits matching. So you could make that the same. You could have that sort of different either side. So you have one of those and one of those, or you could actually make 2 round and 2 rectangle, because you could use a plain fabric or one of our other coordinating fabrics to back it. So this is in the bundle, so you get those 4 panels in the bundle with the instructions on how to sew them together. But you also get, we get this lovely lemon. So this is 1/2 meter of this. So all over lemons, very zesty. Then we have this one, which is a smaller one. So this is like, it's white background with sort of little bunches of lemons. They do look as if they're in formation a bit, don't they? There is almost stripe because they are in sort of neat lines. So we have that one. This is all part of the bundle. And then we have this, and I need to open this up because obviously this is quite a different one.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't that nice? So this is just sort of, this is stripes, definitely. Now the stripes are running down, because the selvages are at the sides here. So if you wanted the messages across, you're cutting on the cross. Limon and lemons. It's lovely, isn't it, that? See, again, I can see that as placemats, actually.
Do you know what I'd make, Wendy? I would make patchwork curtains with them and mix them all together, and I'd use those as like borders along the bottom. I think that'd be so nice.
They would look
and
so
pretty
lovely.
in your
They would look
kitchen.
pretty. And if you use your special quilter ruler,
Your
you'll get,
stripology ruler,
you'll
no
get
problem.
perfect quarter-inch seams on the back. That is a pretty one. I like that. And then it goes. I mean, these do beautifully go together, don't they? And then look at this lovely print here. It's all about lemons. See, these would make lovely curtains, cushion covers, placemats, all sorts. You can do anything in the kitchen. And of course you could make a pinny, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
This is a nice one too. So all lemony, all lovely lemon and bright, really bright fabrics. This would make a lovely garden set. I think you could make your tableware, picnic basket rolls,
Yeah.
picnic mats and things, but you could cover your chairs, not the, cushions
Yeah.
for the garden. So again, it's got the lemon, send lemon inside, limon and lemon, or lemons. They're just really, I think they're really fun. And the final one could actually go with any collection, but it goes really well with this one, because if you look, it's picking up the check in the apron panel. So if you wanted to bring in something to match, it's just a lovely diagonal check there, which is really nice. So all of that, and of course that panel, so it's 3.5 meters, and the big panel, which has got those 4 different prints on it, $65.99. Now we can do the panel on its own, and we can do all the fabrics by the 1/2 meters. So if you just look at the panel quickly, this is the panel. So we've got on here is 4 designs. So we have this one. It would make quite a nice big table centre. You've got round, so you could have cushion pads. If you've got round, these are really nice. Or you can make round cushions or round mats. And it's telling you how to do that and how to cut into the circle so it turns through nicely. And also on the other side, it's not double. Oh no, when I say other side, if I open it out, just to make you realise, it's not picking one or the other. It's like that. It's very big to show on the screen like that. So in fact, and I've got it upside down for you. So. If you wanted to have 6 of these circular ones, 6 of these, or 4, if you have a set of 4, then you'd need to get 2, because what you can do is the back of these, you can have a plain or one of these other lovely prints that is in the pack if you buy the pack. So you could always back any of these with one of these. So you just put that on the back, and in fact they'd be double-sided then, wouldn't they, because that's equally beautiful. So that's really lovely. So you can buy that on its own, which is $14.99. And then you can buy all of those fabrics that we just saw by the 1/2 meter. So this is the panel. Or we have all of these fabrics by the 1/2 meter. Do you want me to go through them all? Or shall I open it out? Let's open it out. So this is just lemons. Look at this on the royal blue background. This is really pretty, isn't it? I like this one.
I like them all.
I know, they are really gorgeous, actually.
I want to just like give my kitchen a whole new look.
I know, it does make you feel like that, doesn't it? I like the way that they sort of all go together. So you don't, you can't have to think, well, I'm going to use lemons. What else can I put with it? Well, you can put with it is anything, including this one. Look at this. So it's $7.49 for 1/2 meter if you're going to buy it separately, or you can buy the whole lot. And they all go well together. So if you paid $7.49 per 1/2 meter, and you're getting, how many did we say in the whole bundle? 7. So that's a saving, isn't it? And then we have this one. This is the one that's got the sort of wording lemon on the background. And I like the shading on the lemon, so you can sort of see they're round. Gives them definition.
That might be my favourite.
Yeah, I know, it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which one is the favourite one? I think possibly the stripe is actually. But for an all over one, that is beautiful. And being sort of on the whiter background, it gives it a very fresh look, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then we have the blue. This one is nice too. We're limited on stock of the blue one, so we're all right if you buy the bundle, but we're limited on stock if you're buying this as an individual piece. So this one's got flowers on it as well as the lemons. So it's really pretty. And the flower stalks are going different ways, so we haven't got to worry too much about direction. This is, catch thinking curtains and blinds for this. This would look nice. I can see really pretty chair covers for your outside chairs. Tablecloth, see chair covers, tablecloth, and then you can use your panel to make some mats. I like that when you have an outside barbecue. So you put something nice on the table, not just have wooden table. No? Not going to bother. This one's really nice. Katharine's very quiet about that idea.
I'm just thinking of everything in my garden that's sort of just slightly soggy and rotting and needs sorting out.
Well, you cover it with a nice tablecloth.
Yeah,
Nobody will know.
I do need to.
So this, I like this one. I think this is with the borders,
that's really
because
nice.
you could actually use them as borders individually, or you can use. I mean, I think you've got two placemats on. This is a quarter of it, so you've got the front of a placemat there and there,
Yeah.
haven't you? And I think that would be quite nice. And so you'd get 4 placemats out of this ½ metre if you back them with something else.
Good thinking.
So that's what I would do. I think they're lovely. I like making placemats. So that's I think that's my favourite one, because I can see exactly what I do. But this is also nice. And then I think my other favourite is coming up soon. So this is again lovely and fresh colours, nice and white. These all go together so beautifully. It is nice. If you were thinking patchwork, those two go nicely together, I think, because you've got the big design and the small design, and I think that sort of really goes well together. And then the last one in this collection is, I think, possibly my other. It always reminds me of Bruce Forsyth.
favourite.
Bruce Forsyth, you're my favourite. You know, so everybody was always his favourite, wasn't they? I think that reminds me of that, because I like this one too. I think this is lovely. So you see, thinking of my placemats I'm thinking about, this is what I would do. I would back one with that one,
Yeah.
yes. So £7.49 for that, £7.49 for this. So that's £16 under
For
for 4 placemats.
That's very good.
It is good, isn't it? And they'd be so quick to make, and you haven't got to do any fancy patching because it's all done for you.
Nope, I'm liking the thinking.
So yes, this is my summer mats, I think. Oh, if you want the bundle, we've got less than 10 available now. So grab it whilst you can, because
You're going to be sneaking that one home in your handbag as well, Wendy.
I'm going to have to start bringing a suitcase, not a handbag. That's the awful thing. See, we can't order it until after.
I know, and it's
we're
all
just
gone.
like, buy it, but please don't buy it all. I go back and I order when I get home. But it's nice because it's like a treat then when it comes. So that is the other one. So this is, so you can buy it as a whole bundle. So that's the bundle. And you make it's a small saving, but what it means is you haven't got to make a choice. So you get all of those fabrics in your bundle and the panel for £65.99. So it's a really lovely, lovely bundle. Less than 10 are now available, and I do absolutely recommend this. These are beautiful. There's so much you can do with this. And if you wanted to buy this on its own, that would make a nice dress too.
It would actually.
Can you imagine having a dress of lemons? Wouldn't that look fresh and lovely? We have got some solids. These are Rose and Hubble quality, so if you don't want to do as I'm suggesting and have a a different pattern back and you have a plain back. So if you were doing those cushions from that panel, for instance, you could back them with a plain. So we have a selection of 4 here, all available by the ½ metre. So if we start with the royal blue, they are just £3.49 for ½ metre. And the blue goes beautifully with the blue on these. So if you're thinking of backing and you don't want to back with another print to make it double-sided, it still can be double-sided plain, can't it?
Yeah, that's nice.
You can actually back with a plain, which is only £3.49 for ½ metre. Still a beautiful quality, Rose and Hubble quality fabric. So that's the blue. We have a chartreuse green, and again that picks up the colours in these the pack, the lemon pack, so you can pick up the colours from that if you prefer that. Goes nicely with that one. So if you're thinking quilts and bags and cushions and things, these do go beautifully well as well, don't they? So that's the chartreuse green. Then we have sunshine yellow, and again that's going to pick up the lemons beautifully. Either of those go nicely together. So it picks up the lemons on the lemon. So that's really nice. £3.49 for a ½ metre. And finally we have corn yellow. And this will pick up the sort of brighter yellows. Picks up the deeper tones in there. Look at those two together. That looks really nice. You could make napkins out of this, couldn't you?
Yes.
I mean, my boys know napkins are on a roll, and they're usually white.
Right. We're not posh enough for napkins.
Well, we just have kitchen roll. Is our my mum still uses proper cloth napkins, but we just have kitchen. We do have kitchen roll.
I have some that I get out at Christmas.
Yes, oh yes, you have to have your Christmas napkins, don't you? No, we do. We have napkins, but it is kitchen roll. So this is all of our Just Lemons fabric collection. Lots to choose from. Now we're going to go over to Katharine so that she can actually, we've sort of taken quite a long time on this, and the demonstration is going to be shorter because it's easy to make, isn't it? But you're going to show us how to do it to make it even easier.
It's lovely and easy. It's a really quick make, actually. And as you've been standing there talking, Wendy, I'm thinking it'd be so nice if you make yourself an apron and then make like a little one for your grandkids who visit or your children who help you in the kitchen. Wouldn't that be so nice?
Oh,
Out of the other
so
pack?
lovely, yes.
Yeah, and you can all be matching and look like a really lovely, perfect family. So the instructions are really clear that you've got on the top of the panel. It suggests that you can either cut out with pinking shears, which is what I'm going to do, or you can neaten the edges with a zigzag stitch, or you can neaten them with an overlocker. But I'm going to use the old pinking shears because I just think they're so handy, and it just is even quicker, isn't it, really? Mm-hmm.
We do have those on the pre-order and on the website. £14.99 if you want pinking shears. They are so handy, especially with cotton fabrics, aren't they?
They're really good because it's not going to fray. When I'm cutting it out with my pinking shears, I am going just sort of middle of the line, so that I'm not losing too much of the pattern with my pinking shears. But you've got a nice dark line to follow to cut it all out. So we'll start by cutting.
I'm just looking at the edge. So to neaten the edge, you've just turned it under the once.
I've literally just turned it under the once, but it's got quite a small hem. Just 1/4 inch on the ties, and a ½ inch on the rest of it, which when you're going around the curve can be less than ½ inch.
Yes, it's better to be less, actually.
Yeah, so I only did a single turn because it had been neatened with the pinking shears. You haven't got to worry too much. That makes it an even quicker make.
Yes.
I'm all for a quick make. I mean, you could cut it out normally and do a double turn, but it's going to be just a bit more fiddly, really. But there's nothing to stop you doing that if you want to. These are lovely. She got these fresh out of the box for me today. And there's, how sometimes pinking shears are really stiff.
Yes.
Compared to other scissors. These actually aren't. They're really nice. I'll be going away and putting some of these in my basket now.
So Do you know anywhere you can get pinking shears sharpened? Because I don't.
No, me neither.
I don't think you can you? Because you can get your other scissors sharpened.
No,
I mean, there's some tricks to sharpen scissors.
I don't think you can. I mean, I've got ones that are quite old and they don't really tend to go blunt. They just get stiff. But I find if you oil the, you know, the little screw part, then that can ease them up a bit. But I've not found anywhere where you can get them sharpened. I think they're just too complicated, aren't they?
Probably. I wonder, I know you can temporarily sharpen scissors by cutting through tin foil or like a Brillo pad.
Oh, you could try that, couldn't you?
I wonder if it would work
That
for
would be worth a try. But I mean, the ones I've got in my sewing basket, I've had them a very, very long time, and
yes,
I don't think
same with me. I've had mine a long time.
They don't blunt particularly, do
but
they?
I do tend to only use them for things like cotton.
They work best on cotton.
Felt
Occasionally, I use them on jersey.
Do you?
Yes. Well, I don't have an overlocker at home, and I can never be bothered to keep lugging one backwards and forwards between my home and the craft centre. But I tend to do most of my dressmaking for myself at home. So you wouldn't want to see the insides of lots of the things I make, because they're not maybe as neat as, you know, I would teach you how to do. But I do find my pinking shears very handy because you can just make them neat quite quickly. Okay, so cut them out with the pinking shears. I've already cut out the other bits. The first instruction tells us just to do a hem on our ties. We're going to leave one end open, and if you press in, it says 1/4 inch, and press it all the way along, you'll find that is nice and easy to sew. You've almost got on your ties, you've got a little strip of the design, haven't you? And you don't really want to take away, lose too much of the sort of lemons if you can. So you want to try and just press it so that you've only really got the blue, I think, so that you're not losing the pattern. Now the design has got 2 straps that tie at the back of the neck, but they're quite long. So if you didn't want to do it like that, I don't think you have to. I think you could use one strap, because if you look on me, you could use one strap and you could put a button there, or you could use Velcro. If that's, you know, it depends how you like your apron, but it can be fiddly to tie a bow around there,
think it can,
can't
but you've got long hair actually.
Yeah.
Hair gets in the way all the time. My hair's going to be shorter next week because I'm having it cut.
Oh yeah, you've got yourself booked in. Are you having your perm, Wendy?
No.
You've decided against.
Well, I was so convinced I wanted a perm, and I went and had a consultation with a hairdresser the other day, and she basically said, no, you don't want a perm.
Oh, okay.
And she did a little test piece, and she did a bit of test piece on my perm with a little bit of hair she cut out, and then it kind of, when she took it out, it kind of pulled apart almost.
Ooh.
She said, this is what I fear, because I've got colour on my hair, you know, I'm not naturally blonde.
Are you not?
No. And because I've got colour on my hair, she said it's kind of weakened. She said, although it feels really good condition and very strong, she said, I fear that what will happen on the ends, they will just kind of pull away, and you'll end up, when you're brushing it, getting a lot of hair coming away.
Yeah.
So I just thought, you know, she said, you go and get another opinion if you like. She said, but I personally wouldn't want to do it. And I just said to her, no, that's fine. I'm not going to get another opinion.
Well,
you obviously know your stuff, and
Yeah.
I'm not going to argue with you. So
It'll look lovely anyway.
So yes, I don't know what I'm having.
Good. Okay, so I've pressed it in. Now sometimes you get a little bit of bulk on these corners. So if you feel it is a little bit bulky, you can just snip across and take a little bit of the bulk out. But don't snip it too closely, else you'll find you've got a raw edge that sticks out, and that'll annoy you. So I'm just going to pop a pin in to hold that, and we'll stitch round those edges to hold them flat. Now I've got white on my machine, which you will see, so if you want it to be decorative, you can do, choose a contrast, or you could pick out, you could do, it'd be quite nice with lemon on the blue, wouldn't it?
It would be.
There's a little groove on the machine foot that I can use to line up with the edge so that my hem stays nice and straight.
So we've got these boxes of threads. We had some on the show yesterday. And getting a box of lots of different coloured threads is really handy, I think. Because then when you think like this, oh, I'd like to use a lemon coloured thread, you've got one. when you've got a box of assorted colours.
They always look so nice, those boxes. It's like crayon boxes, you know, when all the colours are all
Yes.
together. You don't really want to take them out and use them because they look too nice. Just swivel at the corners.
So that's interesting. So again, you haven't got it double. It is just a single layer of fabric with ends
I think if
turned
you
in.
doubled it, you would end up with a very narrow strap. So I'm doing
Yes.
it as they've told you to do it
Yes.
on the instructions. Also, if you did double it over, you'd lose that nice
You would,
pattern, wouldn't
yeah.
you?
You could cut it if you don't want to see turned under seams, you could cut another strip in a contrast, couldn't you? And then, like you would do a normal tie, and then turn it through.
Absolutely. If you could have some white or a contrast and do them double. Yes, you could do.
But this is supposed to be a quick make, isn't it? That's the idea of it. Talking about finishing garments properly, can you imagine, I mean, I might be wrong, but can you imagine what the inside of some of the Great British Sewing Bee garments look like?
I don't think
They can't
they
have
would
time.
stand up to any scrutiny.
No, they can't have time
No.
to finish it properly.
So Heather Jacks, who won in 2014, I know her quite well. She comes and teaches at the craft centre sometimes, and she
mad.
said, "Oh, she's lovely.
She
She's
is,
a lovely
but she's
lady, and she's the
totally
most
mad.
amazing sewer. She's fantastic."
Yes.
And she said, "You just no, you got, because when you start," she said, when she started on the show, she wanted to make it lovely, and then you realise you don't have enough time, and you just have to make it look good for the cameras,
Yeah.
and get away with it, and you do all sorts of things that you perhaps wouldn't normally do, because that's the whole point. There's not enough time, because that makes
yes.
exciting telly, doesn't it?
Exactly, yes. No, they put jeopardy in, they call it. Add jeopardy. If it, if it seems to be going too easily, they'll add a bit of jeopardy.
And it's good telly if someone cries, isn't it?
Oh,
Or
I
something
find it
falls
very sad,
apart,
actually.
or-
Yeah, I don't like
Yeah.
it when I hear them.
So,
see them
no,
cry.
it's but it's. I tell you what, it's good though. I make joy in this series.
Yes, I must say the upcycle challenge this week was the best so
The
far.
sarongs.
Yes, because I don't like the upcycle challenge. I don't think they do upcycling any favours at all. I don't think they show it in a positive light, because what they make is awful. But this time I thought they weren't too bad. I
No,
thought
they
there were some
weren't.
quite
It's very
wearable
much an
things.
exercise in creativity. The ones that do
Yes.
well in it are the ones that have really thought outside the box and done something a bit crazy. So I think when you kind of get your head, when the contestants clearly get their head around what the judges are looking for it, and start to really kind of think a bit crazier, then they do well, don't they?
But it's very hard, because it's not natural for most of us to. I mean, I couldn't do it. I had to take my hat off to them. If I was shown something and then told I've got 90 minutes to turn it into something else
very little
completely,
time.
I need half an hour to think about it. I need thinking time. I need to plan. I need to pick my fabric.
Do you not sit in front of the telly though? Because when we're watching at home, we're there and we're going, okay, trousers. We were
Yes.
like working it out.
Yes, yeah, we do that. We sit there. I actually do it. So I'm sort of doubling. I've got a friend, Janica, who I work with. So he and I are texting each other or WhatsApping each other constantly about commenting, because he's a tailor by trade. And then I'm writing tips for the Knitting and Stitching website at the same time. So I'm sending those to my marketing colleague. So I'm writing those, commenting to Janica. It's good fun. It's nice to watch with somebody, even though we're not together.
Yes,
But
yes.
yeah.
So I've made my tie. You will do the same for the other 3 ties. And I'm going onto the pocket, and just to refresh my memory. So you turn under 1/4 of an inch at the top, and then it says another 1/2 inch. But again, I don't really want to lose my pattern. So I'm going to just make sure that I'm maybe not measuring it precisely. I'm going with the pattern, so that it looks nice.
That is a good idea. Oh, Christine Cummins has said, this is regarding sharpening scissors. Try tin foil, it does work. I used it to sharpen mine and my overlocker blades. Oh, that's interesting, Christine. I've not done it with my overlocker blades. I have done it with my
That's a good
scissors. I
idea.
haven't tried
So
it with
you just
pink
run
and
your
shears.
silver
But
foil through the overlocker.
Oh, Christine, can you tell us, do you do
it?
that? Do you run silver foil through your overlocker, or do you take the blades off?
Yes.
I think you're probably right, Catherine. But if Christine, if you can come back to us for that and tell us, that would be interesting because it's helpful
Then I'll
for
go home
everybody.
and give it a go.
Yes, exactly. Saves changing the blade, doesn't it?
And I'm just top stitching across the top. It's sounding a little bit funny in the machine, isn't it? It's just clunking slightly. Do you know what? I probably need to change the needle, Wendy, because I was sewing the paper.
Sewing on paper.
Yeah.
You can.
We didn't get a chance. I'm going to blame it on the fact that we don't get a chance between programmes.
It is difficult, and it's something I'm very aware of, that we don't get a chance to clean the machines out. It's another thing that I'm very passionate about, is cleaning the bobbin race out regularly. The amount of machines I've looked at which have stitch problems, and that is all it is. Too much fluff and dust.
It's usually not, I can see that's not sewing quite as well as it should. It'll be, I mean, I find with machines, it's either your bobbin's not in right or it's not wound very well. Something's gone wrong when you're threading up and you just need to rethread it, or you need a new needle.
Yes,
and once you've
absolutely.
done those three things, it pretty much sorts it out. I never have to fiddle with tension dials.
You shouldn't have
You
to.
shouldn't
On
have
modern
to.
machines, you don't have to fiddle with them.
No.
They're very, very accepting of most things. One of the biggest problems is people putting the bobbin in upside down.
Yes, I am going to just, because I can really tell it's not quite doing what it should do. And you can hear it, can't you?
Yeah,
On a
definitely.
machine. Just to double check. And we might just put a new needle in. Yeah, because lovely Kat's handing some to me.
I always find if you take a sewing machine to a class, it's a good idea to test on a scrap before you start sewing on your new project, if you've got it already threaded, because sometimes in the journey the thread can jump out of the tensions and then suddenly it's not stitching properly. So it's a good idea to thread it again when you get to class, or at least test it.
Yeah, machines don't especially like being moved around too much, do they?
I mean, that's why the smaller ones are better. And you know, I strap them in.
Yes.
I have them in a sewing machine bag, which protects them, of course, but then I actually strap them into my passenger seat, just in case I have to do an emergency stop. I don't want it flying forwards.
Oh gosh, no.
I was thinking when you were talking about all those different needles though, that it'd be quite nice just to have 9 different machines all set up with a different needle in each, wouldn't it? Because I do a lot of top stitching, so I'd have to be changing it all the time.
Well, that's fine though. You can do that. It
I
doesn't
know.
take a minute to change
Well,
a
I
needle,
know.
but you must tighten it with your little screwdriver.
Yes.
Otherwise, it will work loose, and that causes all sorts of other problems.
Right, we'll see if this is a little better. So we've done that. We've top stitched along the top, and then we've just pressed in 1/4 of an inch around the sides of the pocket as well. Folded them in, and you've got, it's very easy to find out where your pocket's going, because on your panel you've got a lovely printed picture to show you exactly where to put it. How handy is that? So to be fair, if you didn't want a pocket, you could just leave it and have a faux pocket, couldn't you?
Yes, just have that design there.
Yes. So let's place it on. It's
Oh,
very,
Christine's
sorry.
replied to our
yes,
message.
let's find this out. 'Cause every
And
day's a
she
school
so
day.
this is so just to remind people, this is using tin foil to sharpen your scissors. And Christine has said, yes, I did run it through the overlocker.
Okay.
So she just ran tin foil through the overlocker to sharpen the blades. You can also sharpen ordinary scissors on a jam jar.
Oh.
Pretend you're trying to cut off its neck.
Ah,
I learnt that on a fashion course.
interesting. I have got a scissor sharpener, and I do think they're a really handy thing to have in your
Yes.
sewing kit, to, especially if you've, like, say you've been cutting something like fleece and then you want to go and cut cotton, you absolutely have to sharpen it in between, don't you?
So I use my scissor sharpener,
Yes.
which we've got. I think we had these on the website. We've had them on the show before. Fiskars scissor
Yeah,
sharpener.
they're great. They're not very expensive, but
They're not,
really
and you can't.
useful.
But they are for right-handed scissors. That's the thing to remember. You can't. So if you're left-handed, you use the tin foil. I mean, you can get them sharpened, but
Well,
Oh,
that's
okay.
true. But you see, I mean, I think, my craft centre, I've maybe got 12 dozen pairs of scissors that people are
Yeah.
using. So just to be able to run them through the sharpener all the time is
that's really
handy.
useful. Kat's just said that you can turn the scissor sharpener blades up the other way to do them left-handed.
Ah, well, there you see.
That's on the Fiskars one,
Now
which we sell
we're
on the
learning,
website.
aren't we?
Every day's a learning
Every
day.
day's a school day.
I was saying to somebody the other day, you know, nobody knows everything. You know, you always learn something. And we were saying earlier, weren't we, about different methods of doing the same thing.
Yes.
Nothing's right or wrong, it's just a different way of doing it.
That does sound a bit better.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just goes to show, doesn't it, what a blunt needle can do.
Yeah, that's so much nicer. So there you go. When you finished your foundation paper piecing, make sure. I also suspect the needles in these don't get changed between presenters.
No,
because
goodness knows.
you just don't.
The machines get, I mean, we have sort of 3 or 4 minutes between each one to take everything off, put everything on, have them sanitise the table. So, yeah, poor cat does the bins and everything. She does everything. There's nobody else here.
She's like a little whirlwind, isn't she?
She is, a little whirlwind. This
So
is really quite quick and simple to do, isn't it?
It is.
Lovely.
So the pocket's going on, and then it suggests that you just top stitch down the centre of the pocket to divide it.
To make it into 2
Again,
pockets.
that's your choice, isn't it? To make it into 2. So it does, because sometimes they flop forward a bit,
Yes.
don't they?
The last thing
Now
I need is
usually
a
when I
floppy
stitch
forward.
a pocket on, I usually go over the edge a little and reinforce it across where the pocket joins the fabric, just so when you put your hands in, you're not going to pull it away. It won't come apart, it'll be strong enough.
Oh, it's interesting. Loads of people are buying multiples of this apron, obviously planning to make it for the whole group. It is, it's
Which
nice.
would be really nice.
Well,
It's such a nice
do you know, if
design.
you run something like a cafe, wouldn't it be nice if everybody was wearing
Yes,
this little apron? It's so pretty, isn't
absolutely.
it?
So I'm going to just eyeball my centre, but I'd suggest you probably measure it, but I believe it's about here.
You can just fold it in half to measure
You can
it,
just
can't
fold
you?
it in half, absolutely.
It's going to do it by, you get used to doing it by your eye, don't you? You do match that quilt behind you very, very well.
I do,
you know.
don't I? Not
You
on,
really do.
Didn't
Very
do
good
that
planning.
on purpose, but I did think. Yes. And I'm matching you today.
Yes, we've got similar colours today,
Yeah.
although I'm plain today.
And we don't collaborate, it's purely by chance. Okay. And then we're just going to hem round the rest of the apron. And it does say on the little panel that you can add your own embellishments if you want to. So it would be really nice if you've got some ribbon, yellow ribbon, blue ribbon would look lovely on there. It suggests buttons as well. And I definitely think it would be quite nice if you changed the neckline and you could have a button here and here for it.
You wouldn't
that
even
you
need
just-
2 though, would you?
Well, no, you could have one decorative and one that fastens
Yes.
it would look nice.
Yeah.
And I bet you can get buttons in the shape of lemons. You can get them in most shapes.
Or you've got on your panel, remember, you've got your lemons. You've got your spare lemons.
Yes,
So you could, they're big, but you could use the centre of a lemon
you could.
to make some self-covered buttons. Where's my lemon? There he is.
Yes, so it would match. That would be nice.
Yes, I mean they've got sort of like little flowers. You could do that centre bit there. Or the centre of, I think that would look
which
nice.
would work really nicely. So
I
you
like
know,
that whole
there's
piece.
little things that you can do just to personalise it or just jazz it up. Although it's pretty jazzy for starters.
I think it is. I think it's one of those actually, you know, it's so lovely on its own. It's going to be a quick make. I mean, obviously you're stopping and chatting and things, but you could probably do it in an hour, I would think.
Oh, when I made up the example, easily.
Took you at least 10 hours, come on. I work so hard. No, you could, couldn't
It was
you?
a nice,
It's a nice quick
one.
make.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want you to notice that I am pressing all my hems first. And when you press them like this, you hardly need to put a pin in then to hold them. They virtually hold themselves.
Especially when you're working with a lovely cotton like this.
Yes. And it will get it nice and even. You can see what it's doing. So, you know, using your iron just gives you a really nice finish. I'm going to put the odd one in on my curve. Now if you find this bit is tricky and is not folding very nicely, you can do some very small little snips into your curve to help you. But as you can see, it's actually really done it.
I think having
quite
cut it with
easily.
pinking shears has helped that, hasn't it?
Yes.
It's like notching it, isn't it?
Yes. So, whoa, I've lost it. There we go. So I'm going all the way around because then I can sew it all in one go.
What are you doing about the corners? Are you mitering them or just folding them?
I'm going to do what I did on the other and just snip off the bulk, I think. Just so that they lie nice and flat. Just do that one again because I don't think I'd got it very straight. Because it's not massively heavyweight cotton, it actually isn't particularly bulky to work with, but it will just make a neat corner, won't it? If you pressed it first, you can see where the fold is and where to do it.
So you just cut the corner off?
Yes.
Because you're actually right underneath the
Sorry.
thingy there when you were doing that. Lovely.
I will do it on the other one and then you can see again. I didn't think I think they've started putting things on the other side.
We've got two things up there. So what we're showing you at the moment is on the one side we've got the whole, the apron panel, and then on the other side we've got the bundle.
Yes.
So it's showing you both options.
So you can see where my iron is sort of pressed, there's a little square. So if I cut across, not right up to where the point is, else I'll get a raw edge showing, but just across there, a little bit above it, then it will fold in nice and neatly without too much bulk, and the raw edges will be all tucked in. Okay, hopefully you can see that one a bit better. But it presses nicely. It's nice, feels nice quality fabric as well. Now this corner here, because you've got the bottom of the curve, you've already got a little bit of fabric that is sort of not there. So there isn't really, you don't really need to clip anything there because it's already mitered it a little for you because of the curve. So those ones are easy. It's only really where you've got the square edges.
You're not putting the waist ties in yet? Put those on after?
Yes, it tells you to put them on afterwards, once you've hemmed it. I am just follow the instructions.
No, I think that's good. It's got all the instructions. I was just sort of checking.
But you are, you know, to be fair, if you wanted to construct it slightly differently, it's not going to matter, is it? Trim those ones as well, because where you've got a square bottom like that. Lovely. We'll just snip that one and then we can go all the way around. That's it. I'm thinking you could make oven gloves and things to match as well, couldn't you?
Yes, definitely. I mean, that extra lemons on the panel, I think you could make quite a nice little pot holder with that, a little circular pot holder. But I think oven gloves would look lovely in that. If you do, we were talking yesterday about having, if you make your own jams and chutneys, you can make little covers.
That'd be so
for those,
nice,
wouldn't they look
it?
lovely?
Yes. It's just so pretty. It's such a pretty design.
We used to also, we used to have bags that you'd have carrier bags in. Do you remember? You used to keep your carrier bags.
A bag of carrier bags, yes.
And of course now we tend to sort of reuse. I mean, I have bags that I've made and also bags that I bought that fold up to nothing for shopping. Always have them on me. And my boys do as well, actually. Whenever they go out to the shops, they always have carrier bags on them so they can reuse all the time.
Well, you've got to now. They're putting the price up.
Well, I think...
Well, you should anyway.
I was going to say, I'm not worried about the price going up because Yeah, it means you're
Apparently-
more likely to take your own.
It said on the radio this morning that people used to buy on average 140 carrier bags a year. Now we only buy 4 on average. So that's really good, actually.
I think so, yes. I mean, not so good for carry bag makers, but hopefully they've managed to find another way of using their machinery. But yes, because apart from all of the degrading of them, it's the fact that people just used to throw. You'd find carrier bags all over the place, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So it is good. It's good that we're reusing.
And all shops have to sell them now. 'Cause
Yes.
It used to be just big ones, but it's all shops now. I don't even stock bags. I just expect people to bring them in. I have to say though, the sort of people that come in my shop, because they sew, usually have a bag that they've made.
Yes, of course they will do. One of my friends who has a shop, one thing that she does, which I always think is really lovely, if you buy fabric, she wraps it in old pattern tissue.
Yes, I do that.
Do
as
you?
well,
I think
yes.
it's a lovely idea. So it always looks really beautifully presented.
Well, do you know what? It's quite upsetting. Some of the larger pattern makers, they send you a list of what's they're no longer go
Discarded.
to stock. You're not allowed to sell them off. No. You have to chuck them away. Well, I don't chuck them away. I use them to wrap things.
Yes.
So at least it feels like you're not just throwing stuff.
Do you know what they do with the patterns in South Africa?
No.
They use them to line coffins.
Oh, wow.
The tissue, this is. So they obviously underneath the satin. You know,
that's cool.
You don't get into your well, you won't get into your coffin. You don't get put into your coffin. But yes, you can't see it. But yes, they use it.
You could choose your favourite pattern to have in there with you.
You could if you were. But yes, it's just a way of sort of using them there. But it does seem wasteful. But obviously, the whole point is that the reason that they discard patterns is because they bring out new. And you can't keep extending the range and keep on extending,
Well, yes.
so they have to. But yeah, you're right, it's sort of throwing away a lot of tissue. Because you just have to return the envelopes, don't you?
You do.
Which obviously saves on postage.
But I think a lot of us use them to wrap things, so they're not getting wasted.
So I've got another message. So Christine is saying she has a Fiskars scissor sharpener from Sewing Street. As my hubby Gary has a habit of using my good scissors to cut bacon.
No! And you're still married to him?
I know. Gary.
That's horrendous.
My friend did that. I bought a sewing kit for her daughter who was interested in sewing. I bought all her lovely stuff as a present for her. And when I went round to see her and do a garment with her, I said, what are you using for scissors? They're not cutting anything. She said, oh, Mum used them to cut bacon, and she dropped them down the side of the cooker. Mel, that's
Oh, no.
Keep off the dressmaking scissors. My boys have always known that. They do not touch my dressmaking scissors. We've got about 5 minutes left, Catherine.
Yeah,
How are we
we're
doing?
going to pop a tie on. I obviously haven't made all the ties, but I'll show how they go, and then we're, virtually there.
So you've just gone all the way round that quickly.
So I've gone all the way around that quickly. Easy as pie, as they say.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yes. Now you have, and it's quite good. The panel's got little dots on it, so you know where to put things. The instructions tell you to put your straps like that and stitch them. You could do it like that and turn it back and secure it more as well, depending which way round you wanted to see your straps and how secure you want it to be. I'll do it as the pattern says, and I will do it that way, and I'm going to stitch a little square. So you're going to put one tie on each of the corners where you tie around your waist, and then you've also got little dots at the top here to pop your neckties, and you can either do 2 separate ones like we were saying to tie in a bow, or you could do one and then make a little buttonhole and pop a button on, or you could pop a piece of Velcro, or sometimes you could do 2 and put the Velcro at the back where you want it to be. It's your choice really on that one.
Do you need to have a closure at all, or would it just sit over your head?
I think you could probably get it just over your head. Shall I pin? Do you know what? I'll pin it
Pin
on
it
and
and
I'll test
see.
it out, Wendy.
Yes, that's it. So just depending on who you're making it for, whether they've got a big hairdo
Yes.
or not. Bouffon hairdo, will it fit over your
This
head?
is. Do you know what? This is nice because you know, you could make these for men to barbecue in as
Yes,
well. It's
definitely,
not
'cause
a
it's
late.
lemons.
Oh yes, easily. And it's not so. You know how sometimes you do that and they sit really low.
Yes.
And then they're annoying. But actually, you could just do one that loops over, and you can
Yeah.
see that that's okay. So you've got a bit of options on that top strap, haven't you?
Yes.
We'll just stitch that bottom one on that I've pinned. But as you can see, it is a lovely, quick, easy make and makes a really, really pretty apron.
It
doesn't
does make a pretty apron.
And then, you know, you're going
And
to...
it is something I probably should wear more often, because otherwise if you don't, you get splashes on your clothes, which are really irritating. But actually I like the fact it's, you know, you could make that for a man. It's lemons. It's not girly.
No, not at all. It's quite chefy, I think, with
It
the
is.
with the blue and white check, isn't it?
Is that a word?
It is now.
We have a chefy apron. So you're just stitching in a square for added,
So I've just
added support there.
absolutely, yeah. Okay, so there we go. Nice little square there. And I'll probably finish that off in the next little break
Yes.
for you.
So you can come in wearing it.
Yeah, I don't usually wear like a knitting apron.
You don't?
It's not really
Can't
a thing.
think
no.
why. Thanks ever so much,
That's
Catherine.
okay.
You've made it look simple. Oh, we've had a question on Facebook. Oh, yeah, she says she always lines her apron. So what would you use to line it?
I'd just use another similar weight cotton, like one of these lovely solids.
Yes, that
choose
would-
one, that yellow would be gorgeous.
And then you bag
wouldn't
it out, wouldn't you?
Yes, and I would bag
so you
it
could
out.
definitely do that. I've done a double lined one. And Laurie wants to know, this is Laurie says, could you please say what top pattern you used? It looks so comfortable.
It's a McCall's pattern. I can't remember the number, but I'll try and remember to look it up and put it on the Sewing Street fans page, because actually the pattern has got more a picture of a dress on it with a handkerchief hem and buttons here, but it has a top version, and it's really comfortable. It's got a tiny bit of elastic at the back, so it just kind of holds things in, but it's not too tight. There's room for my cake belly.
As you said that, I immediately held my stomach in. So we'll see you in Yarn Lane
Yes.
in just over an hour, when you're going to be doing Tunisian crochet. So very quickly, let's have a look at this again. The panel that you make this apron from, it is $14.99. It is an apron. It's that simple. You cut it out and sew the bits together. If I do it this way, so that's the top of the apron, all the shape there, and then you've got the pocket up here, which you cut out, and then you put it on top of the panel here, so you can put it in place. You've got straps, so you've got your ties, your neck ties and your waist ties. And you can, as Catherine and I have been talking about, you could actually just use one of those neckties, probably, depending on the size of head. If you're making it for a man, you might need to use both. So it's really lovely. It's that simple. And the instructions on how to make it, obviously you can watch the YouTube back again, but also they are here on the panel. So the instructions are printed on the panel as well. So that's the panel. We also have the bundle, and there's less than 5 of these bundles. So that had another panel, and also we had all of these 3.5 metres. So we've got 0.5 metre of all of these beautiful lemon-inspired, lemony fabrics, and the panel. And the panel is, it's different. It's a different panel. This panel is for either cushions or placemats, and it's you've got 4 panels on the panel, 4 different ones. So you can either back them, so you make one round and one rectangular, or you could use a plain backing or one of the other pieces from the bundle to do backing, so you could have 2 rectangles and 2 circles. So that's really lovely. We can also do this panel on its own if you don't want the rest of the bundle. The panel on its own is $14.99, and the code is up there on the screen at the moment. And we also have some solid. So if you are thinking about lining yours or backing or adding backing, we have these different solids. So starting with the corn yellow. So these all go with those lovely lemony fabrics that we've got. So I just keep those in shot there. Corn yellow, £3.49 for the half metre. So remember, you can, if you wish to, buy a metre, 2 metres, etc. Then we have sunshine. That's a sort of bright yellow. So these are cut off the bolt for you. So this is by the half metre, but you can buy longer lengths if you wish. This is chartreuse. So again, it picks up the greens. It looks beautiful with those. And then got a little crease on the back here. I don't like that. And then we have the final one, just taking that crease out of there. We have the blue, which is really beautiful as well. And again, it works well with the blues coming out of there. You can see the blues all matched together. So these are the plains, £3.49 for the half metre, but if you wanted a metre or 2 metres, then just buy multiple units and you get them. We have all of the fabrics that are in the mega bundle by the half metre as well. So you can go on the website and see those. They're all available by the half metre. So if you just wanted to have the all over lemons like this, or maybe you were thinking about a tablecloth in this with napkins in that, or seat covers, you can do that, and you can buy the multiples to suit what you want to make with them. So that is really beautiful. Or you could, I mean, I do love this. I love the idea of this in a dress, actually. Just so, that would look so fresh, it really would. Or the blue. Wouldn't that look lovely? So you can have all of these by the half metre. They are on the website, or you can buy them on the app. Oh, that blue. We only have 2.5 metres left of this blue. So this is the blue, but if you do want this one, we've got 2.5 metres left. So if you are thinking a bigger project, then you might need all of those. So think on of those. And then, of course, this is the board. This is the one that you're not allowed to buy. This is the border one. This is the one that I want to make my table mats. I can make 4 table mats out of this half metre because I would back them with one of the other colours. It is very trendy. Yellow's trendy, but I think it's just so fresh for summer. We're sort of going from spring to, well, we haven't had spring really, have we? But sort of spring into summer. This is so lovely, and this will look gorgeous. And then I'm sure as we get closer to Christmas, we'll have a similar thing for Christmas. I do like a table mat. When I lay the table, we do have table mats on our table. I bought up proper, you know. So coming up after the break, we have got me playing with creative grids. These are these lovely quilting rulers. I was trying to think, what are they? They're rulers, quilting rulers. And Creative Grids, very well-known brand, and they have their unique selling point. The thing that makes them really special is the grippy bit on the underside that keeps them from moving around. So I'm going to be coming back with those, and then Katharine will join us again at 12 o'clock when we go to Yarn Lane. So I'll see you in a few minutes.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you
like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi, welcome back. Here we are again, this time with creative grids. Now, this is fun because this is something this is quite new to me. As you know, I'm more into dressmaking, bag making, furnishings, etc. So quilting is relatively new, and I do have a lot of rulers, acrylic rulers, but I haven't got some of the ones we've got on this show today. So I spent a lot of time yesterday sort of going through them, looking at all the video clips, finding out how they use, and I love them. I am sold. They are beautiful. But first things first, we're going to look, because as well as the rulers, of course, you need cutting mats. So the first thing we're going to look at is cutting mats, and we've got different sizes on the show today. The first one I'm looking at here is our rotating one. And this is really useful when you're using some of these rulers in particular. For instance, if I just grabbed the rulers that I saw and was watching yesterday, the hexagon ruler and also the round up tool, this one here, those two, really useful to have this mat because they fit nicely on the mat as well, which is great, but also you have to turn the work to cut the next bit. So you always want to cut away, and by turning in the mat, rather than having to pick up the piece and turn the piece, it makes it a lot easier. So this is really nifty. So it's a little 12-inch square. It has got, so it's inches, so it's in the imperial, which most quilters will use, and it has got the angles as well. So you've got your 60, 30 and 45 degree angles. So it's really, really handy little mat here. This is just $22.99. For this really useful mat, and it's a nice quality, and it's got the bottom is sort of got a non-slip, so it shouldn't shift around So I'm pushing that there and it's not going anywhere. Obviously the top's rocking, but the bottom's not going anywhere. And then that fits on the top and it slots in. Once it's slotted in, it will then just spin as you need it to. So that is a really useful one to have. Even if you've got a bigger one, this is handy to have. And when Katharine was doing her foundation paper piecing earlier, having a mat this size right next to the sewing machine can be really handy, unless you've got this lovely big space. You know, most of us haven't. So having a small one like this for that kind of job is perfect. So that's one. Our second size up is this one. So this is a sort of more commonly known one. And is it this actual one? Because this is a brilliant one. This is the one I have at home, actually. And I'm just checking. Yes, it's got inches on the front. Ah, there's been a mistake, though. What's the mistake? Oh, grab it while you can. This is an early bird price. It's a £10 saving early bird price. This is only £12.99. And this is, what size is this cat? Is it A3? 60 by 45. So inches, it's 23 by 17. And on the other side, which is what I checked just now, oh, let me flip it round. It is 570, so 580 centimetres. 580, no, millimetres, so 58 centimetres. Oh, sorry about that. It's big. And going up, it's 442. 430. 430. Oh yes, you probably measure, I'm just looking at the measurement, so it's slightly bigger than that because obviously you've got the edges as well. So on one side you have got the metric, so for those of you who are working metric, you've got 40, 45 and 60 degree lines when you're cutting on the bias. And you've got every 5 centimetres you've got bolder lines, so that makes it easier to line up, as you can see. And then on the inches, you can see again, you've got all your grades and marks on there nicely. So you can go to 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, 1/2 an inch if you want to line everything up beautifully. We say you should get the biggest cutting mat that you can fit, and definitely this size is really good. This is a useful size to have at home. The one that revolves is fabulous to have at home too, right next to the sewing machine, also to take to classes. But then, as well as this, so this is a nice thick one, which is good too, because you do need to store these mats flat. If you try and store them upright like this, what will happen over time is that they will bow and then they're not really very usable. So you do need to store these flat. This is a nice, thick, sturdy one. Then this one, now if you can find a place, mine's under my bed. So I get it out from under the bed when I need it. So this is the biggest one. This one is massive. It is imperial 90 inches by 60 inches. And it's imperial and metric, so on one side here, so this side it is metric, and this is actually divided up into 4 smaller ones. I like this as well on this, because when you're measuring and you want to make sure that you've got a straight line, top and bottom, and you're looking at, say you're looking at 30 here, you want to be able to go up and find your 30 there, so you know you've got the straight line without having to go right to the very end of it always, because sometimes you will only use a bit of it. But this is great. This is great if you're dressmaking as well, and in fact I would recommend getting 2 so you can have them sitting side by side, and then having done that, you can then, if you've got a nice big dining table, you can use these, and then you can use a rotary cutter for cutting out, as they keep doing on Great British Sewing Bee. I actually use scissors, but the only way you can use a rotary cutter is if you have these mats underneath, of course. So 2 would be great. But these are £37.99, so actually it's still a very good price for a mat this size, but do keep it flat. As I say, I keep mine under my bed. So it's got all the gradient lines as well. So this is a really useful mat. I'm going to flip it over. This is the biggest one. I think I've not seen any bigger than this, but I think you can get sort of tabletop ones. I'm flipping it over. I'm going to turn it round because I want to use it in a little bit, and I'm going to use the inches side because the rulers I'm going to be working with are in imperial measurements. So that is our 3 mats. If you've got the space, I would recommend getting this one. But actually, without wishing to spend your money, I would recommend getting all 3, purely because it's useful to have the different sizes. This is fabulous when you're working on big projects, when you're wanting to cut big pieces. If you're working on sort of medium-sized projects, normal projects, you would use the other one, which I've just put down here. So you would use this one. And then if you're going to have it right by your sewing machine and you haven't got this much space next to your sewing machine, as well as an ironing position, you can use the one that pivots and turns. So they're really good to have. I'm going to put this over here because I want it to stay flat. Now also, when you use a cutting mat and your grids, you need rotary cutters. So let's look at the rotary cutters. So I'll start with the smallest one. So these are our Clover. So Clover is a very well-known brand. This is a Clover cutting mat. So this is a tiny one. And it's ideal for cutting out the small pieces, when you want delicate little pieces, to go around tight curves and corners. You can use this small one. If you're using it freehand, this is a good one. It has the retracting blade. If I just drop it out. So it has the blade, I can pull it forward and then it can cut, or I can push the guard back on and now it's safely locked away and it won't harm you if you touch it. So bring out the blade and then you can cut with it and then put it back. So that's really nice and small, fits in the hand nicely, and that is good for when you're cutting delicate small pieces and small curves. We also have the 28. So the 28 one here. So again, this is when you're working on smaller items and you've got a smaller hand. This is quite a good one to have. Again, let's see if I can just slip it out. So it's got the retracting blade again, so I can open that up, close it down. Very simple to do, and it's something you must try and remember to do that every time you put it down. Just cover that blade up again, so if it gets picked up or knocked on the floor, it's not going to cut you. And it does have these handy sort of grippy bits on it, so you can grip as you cut. And then the most common size, the one you'll find is used by most people for most of the time, and particularly with when you're talking about using it with the grids and creative grids, I'm going to have to put that back on in a minute, is this one, the 45. So this is a really nice one too. This is the sort of standard size that you'll find most people use, and you can get replacement blades, and do replace your blades regularly. If you find it starts having trouble cutting, replace the blade, because actually it's more dangerous, believe it or not, because if your blade is blunt, you can get a little bit sort of, not angry, but a little bit, oh, I've got to do it again and again, and that's when you get maybe a little bit careless and you can cut through your finger, because you can go like that, and you don't want to do that, as I did. It is the same thing, yes. Replace your blade, just like you replace a needle. You will need to replace it, and it does mean you can cut through more layers, of course, when you've got a nice sharp blade. So you've got your rotary cutter, you've got your cutting mat. So the next thing, you need some rulers. We're going to start with, I'm going to say it's my favourite out of these actually. We're going to start with the Stripology XL. Now this is back in stock. We've been waiting for this to come back in stock apparently. So this, look at this, lovely, lovely big ruler, £61.99p. One of the absolute unique selling points of all of these is the amount of grip they have on the underside. So it will not slip around. What you have on there, I don't know if you can even see it, but you have got strips and strips of this sort of non-slip surface on it. It's slightly rough. And it does stick really well to your fabric, because it won't damage your fabric in any way at all. But you put your fabric under here, and they do tell you on this one, you want to lift it from both sides, because what you have in it, for those that don't know of this ruler, and I didn't before, it has cuts. Every ½ inch there's a cut through the ruler. So you're not working on the edges of the ruler all the time. You're working with cuts through the ruler. Now this makes it brilliant for newbies, people that are quite new to cutting with a rotary cutter, because it makes it a lot easier to use. So you pop your fabric underneath, Just going to straighten that fabric up. And then you've got your ruler that you can put on top. Now what you have on the ruler, if I can move it in, can you see this more clearly? What you have is these little teardrops at the beginning of each of the rows. This is where you put your rotary cutter. Can you see those teardrops? You also have your numbers going across the bottom and up the sides. And you have these symbols. So on here I've got a little star and a little square. So if I want to cut 1.5 inch strips, I don't have to go, well that's an inch, so that's a half. What I do is I just follow the little stars and I cut on the line with the stars. If I want to cut 2.5 inch strips, I follow the little squares. If I want to cut 1 inch or 2 inch, I can just use the numbers. And there's also a way of cutting 2.25 inch. Now, all of this, the other thing I love about this, all of this information is on a very, very useful video guide that you can watch. So when you get your ruler, I'm going to show you to do some of the basic, simplest things, but you can do all sorts with this. When you get your ruler, you will see there's got what's called a QR reader. So it's a QR code. So what you do is you actually just put your camera on your phone, if you've got a phone with a camera, line it up with that, hold it over there, and it will take you to a link which takes you straight to YouTube to a video link showing the designer of this one. Actually, it shows it's Katharine Wright. She actually does the video and it shows you how to use it. You also have a very comprehensive instruction manual that comes with it. So you've got all of this extra help. So don't throw this away because it's a lot of useful information about how to cut your strips, how to square up your blocks, etc. So let's start with the first bit. So this is me. This is me, a non-quilter. I'm just going to shift it along a bit because I need to get to the left of it. This is me doing it as a non-quilter. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm lining up the edge of the fabric and the edge of the oh sorry, I need to bring it down, otherwise I'm not going to cut the edge of the fabric. So you can see I'm a non-quilter. So what I'm doing is I'm lining up the edge of the fabric here with the 0 on my guide, which is below my teardrop. And the first job is to cut along the 0 line. And this is going to make sure, now look at what I'm doing here. I'm not putting my hand here, holding this down steady. I don't have to. I can put my hand over here. I put my rotary blade, which I've pulled out the blade, into the teardrop and then just push away. That's now cut that strip. Now I want to cut, let me say I'm going to cut some 1.5 inch strips. This is what we were using earlier today on that quilt. So I just go up. So each of these 1/2 inch increments has a hole. So my next 1.5 inch strip is here. I've got a little star. I don't have to look at the numbers. I don't have to work out what 1.5 is. There it is again. I can cut another one. There it is again. I can cut another one. That's how simple it is to cut. I haven't moved the ruler. I've hardly got my hands on the ruler at all. So if you are worried, there's two things. I know some of my students that I teach, and I do teach a bit of patchwork, simple. If they have to put their hand on their ruler, as you would normally do, you put your hand on the ruler quite close to the edge, and then you're running your blade. You've got to put some pressure on there to hold it flat, to hold it in place. Some of them, when they get older, when we all get older, we find that hard. We can't put that pressure down there. Also, it's quite nerve-wracking because your hand is quite near that blade. So that's a worry. If you use a lovely sharp blade and you use this, it's got all of the slits all the way along, you can do it by just having your hand gently on the ruler. The ruler's not going anywhere. Having cut that, let's look. So there's my strips. So that's the excess that I cut off. And then I've now got all these perfectly cut 1.5 inch strips. That's one thing you can do. But you can also cut squares. because you've got the squares. Now you can do a lot with this. You can do a lot more than I'm going to show you today because we've got other rulers to look at. But I want to show you how easy it is to cut a square. So again, I'm lining up the black 0, the black line, with the bottom of my fabric. And I'm also lining up that 0 teardrop with the edge. Now I know that edge is straight because I've just cut it. So now I'm going to do a 4-inch square. So to do the 4-inch square, I'm just going to cut a strip of 4 inches. And I'll do another one. And having done those, let's put that blade away, having said to do that. Let me just get that out of the way. So I've now got 2 pieces, 2 strips of 4 inches. If I turn these around, and I'm going to put the fold on the edge, lay them on my mat like that, and just make sure that they're nice and straight on the mat. Pop this down. Oh, I should have moved them. Hold on, I need to move them along because otherwise I'm going to be all over the place over there. Just pop them down there like that. And you can do more than this. I've got just 2 pieces, but obviously if you're working with a longer piece, you can do so. And again, I'm going to put this down, and I'm putting the ruler down so that my black line is on my fabric edge. Just move that up a little bit, that's it. My black line is now, my 0 line is on there, my black line is on here. And now again, I can cut along the 4, because I'm doing a 4-inch circle, all the way. And again, just pop it into that teardrop, cut it all the way. So take my X off. So I've now got 4. I've actually got 8 because I was cutting in 2 layers. So I've now got 8 4-inch squares. And I now can actually cut triangles too. So this is when we do use the edge of the ruler. So this time I'm lining up. I'm probably going to line it up on this side because I'm going to find it easier to do. So I'm no, I have to do it on this side because this is the side I learnt on. Sorry. I'm sure you can do it on the other side. So what I'm doing now is I'm lining up my 0 line again on the point. So you can see I've put the square under sort of diagonally, so it's a diamond. And I'm lining up my 0 line on those points. And then I can just, see how I'm hardly, I mean, I'm sort of leaning over because I've got a desk here and I can't get over to the side of it. So hardly touching the ruler at all. And now I've got triangles. And that's how easy it is to do triangles. And equally, I'm just going to show you, I'm not going to cut this because this is an example we use for another project. But if you wanted to, if I wanted to cut this square, perfectly square, you can line up your diagonal lines with the diagonal going across that square. So again, I'm getting my 0 on the bottom point and my diagonal line I can see here. I'm just making that, so that's now gone along the diagonal. So now I can use my 8-inch here and I can cut up there. Then I can turn the piece around when I've done that, line up that diagonal again, and then I can cut the other side. So you can cut your squares really, really neatly. There's other things you can do. So you can cut your strips, and you can cut your strips, you can cut your squares, you can cut hexagons. There's all sorts you can do. Look on the video, get this ruler. I think it's just fabulous. Honestly, not used one before yesterday. I'm sold. This is a really fabulous ruler, and you can have a lot of fun with it. Yes, it was. It was kind of like, just demo this on TV. Okay, so I went and did some homework, and here we are. So I'm sure, I know quilters. I've spoken to quilters because I knew I was doing them. And I have said, what do you think? And most quilters will tell you these are the best. They are fabulous. Excuse me, I'm going to cough. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, I had to cough. I'm getting excited with all this fabric. The great thing about Creative Grid rulers is they are made by quilters for quilters. And if you watch the video clips that you can watch, you don't actually, you haven't had to have bought one, you can go online and watch them. If you watch them, you will see they're made by quilters. They're made by quilters who are passionate. So the rulers are designed by people who know what it is quilters want, which is so lovely. We want to be able to get on with the quilting. We don't want to spend hours. This makes cutting so much easier. It really does. They claim, and this is not our claim, this is their claim, they claim that you'll save 75% of your cutting time when you use the appropriate creative grid. So if you imagine if you're making a bargello, I mean, we often do things with the designer rolls, but if you haven't got a designer roll and you've got half meters or you've got fat quarters and you want to cut them into strips, you can do it. The quilt that we were doing earlier with Katharine, I say we, I love the royal we, that Katharine was doing earlier, she was cutting strips, wasn't she? She was cutting 1.5 inch strips. So easy to do, you can cut all of those really, really quickly. So this is a fabulous ruler, absolutely recommend it. And finally, it's back in stock, which it hasn't been for some time. This is the XL. So you've got the stripology and you've got the squares. So this side, the black squares on this side are all inch by inch increments. So 4, 6, 8, etc. And on this side, you've got the 4.5. So you've got 4.5. That must be 5.5 in there, 6.5, 7.5, 8.5, 9.5, 10.5, 11.5, 12.5. So you've got the half ones there. And as I say, you can actually do things that are 1.25. There's a calculation which you can find, and again, you can get a leaflet and it tells you exactly which groove to cut into. It's wonderful, it really is wonderful. So if you're new to Sewing Street and you've not seen creative grids before, take a look online. If you look on the fans page, the Sewing Street fans page, you will find, ask the question, what do you think of creative grids? We're confident that you will get positive response back. So that's the first one. Oh, we did get a nice stock in for these because we knew that they were really popular, but we are down to less than 40 of them. So if you are interested, then please do think about getting one. It's just lovely. Oh, we've got a message from Diane on Facebook. Hold on a second. Let me have a look. Oh, this is Diana. So Diana's saying, love my creative grid rulers. To keep the instructions safe, I laminate them and put them in a box file all together so I can find them easily, and it also prevents them getting damaged. That's a really good idea, actually, if you laminate them. You do want to keep them. There was something I had recently, and it was only when somebody told me afterwards that if you open up the packaging, it had all this instructions on the inside, so do check. All of these also have, yes, so you can hang these. So all of these come with the hole to hang them if you've got a wall hanging. And we actually, you can see, we always have them hanging up. So we got those hangers from a Swedish shop, the meatballs. But we also have these. So we'll show you the stacks later, but we also have these as well. But let's get back to these rulers. So this is this lovely one. I'm going to go on to another one. That is really good to have that one. So those that have bought it, well done, congratulations. I think you're going to really enjoy using it. Just realised what I've done. This one. Okay, so this is the standard one. This is the one that we know and have used. Everyone will have something like this. This is a really beautiful one. And again, you've got your inches and your half inches running up and down it. This is in Imperial. So you've got the half inches on the black here, and then the full inches on the white there. So that makes that nice and easy to use. Again, it's got lots of the grippy teeth pads on the underside to help it stay steady when you're using it. It's 24, and I'm having to move things out of the way because it's 24.5 inches. So it's sort of like, it's like the width of a bolt of fabric, because a bolt of fabric is often in half, isn't it? So when you get the fabric out, you should be able to cut the whole lot. Look at it, it's so big, it's not fitting on my cutting mat properly. But this is one that people love all the time. This is the one, actually, this is the one that I do have at home. So you have big and you have small. So if you're going to do cut across the width, you often find that instructions will say cut width of fabric, WF, width of fabric. So when you see that, that means you have to cut across the full width. So what you can do is, I haven't got a piece of full width here, but if you've got a full width of fabric, so imagine this is the full width of fabric, it's your 45 inches. So you fold it in half. It will not probably come folded in half to 24, as we were looking at earlier. And then you can actually fold it again. So you imagine this is a really big piece, because you can cut through all of those layers together. So that makes it very good. Now this is your standard ruler. This is the way you use, still got markings, but you do use the edge of the ruler this time. So if I wanted to cut my square down to say 3 inches, what I'm going to do, so what I do on this is I'm lining up the bottom edge of my fabric with lines on the actual mat and with lines on the grid, on the ruler. So what I want, so it's in black and white, so what I want is 3 inches. So I've got 3 inches here, 1, 2, 3. So I'm just lining that up, making sure my ruler is nice and straight along that line, and then I can just cut. And then if I turn my fabric around, so this is the cutting mat underneath. This is when I could, if I had my used my rotary one or my turning one, I would be able to do this more easily. I wouldn't have to turn the fabric around. So again, I'm lining up on that line, just making sure my lines are lined up. That isn't perfectly. And notice always cut away from you. So now I have 3-inch squares. So it really is quite easy to use. And it's got all of these, and it has got the angles as well. So again, you can use the angles if you want to cut with the angles. 1-inch grid markings with 1/8 of an inch increments. So again, you can make these really much smaller or bigger, however you like. You can add your inches. It's got the turnaround feature, which basically means you can use it any way up. So down this side, as I say, or up this side, I've got 1/2 and 1.5, etc. So they're on the 1/2, and then on that way, I've got the inches here. The non-slip grip, as well as the circles going through the centre, it's all around the edge as well, all around this edge. So it really is, it's lovely to use, and you don't have to put so much pressure on it to keep it flat when you're working with it. We've got a review from Julie on this one. What have you said, Julie? Let's have a look. Yes, I agree. Not the cheapest item, but as soon as I used it, I can understand the price. It is amazing and such a time saver. So worth it. Thank you, Julie. I do agree. It isn't particularly cheap, but what it is long lasting. You know, this gripping base on it, which is one of their unique pieces. I mean, you can buy rulers without grippy base. You can then buy the grippy bits and you put on them. But you know, when you do start doing that, you'll end up paying more anyway. You do need a good quality acrylic ruler. You do want a ruler that has the markings, all these markings, so you can really precision cut. Because with patchwork and quilting, most of the time, precision cutting is essential. And that gets a good quality, especially if you've got lots of little bits to put together again. Crazy people. But it is essential to have. And this is the one I do have at home. This is the one I'm going to be getting at home. That lovely one there. Okay. Oh, the Scrap Crazy. Now, when I first looked at this one, I did think, why? Why? But actually, this is a really good idea. So what you have here in this is you can make a crazy patch square super easy. You have 4 different pieces which actually slot together, and I'm going to try and work out how they slot together. It'll probably make sense somewhere if I put them together. No, turn, no. There should be a picture. Oh, sorry. If I look at the picture, I'm just trying to do it. So I know that's right. Ah, it's that one that's wrong. That one goes in there, and that one goes there. So there is your crazy patch. But don't worry about the fact that they don't appear to match up, because you've got the seam allowances sorted out in there. You've got those already. You've also got little bits cut off the corners, because you know often if you cut from a square and you have these little dogtails that you have to then get rid of later, they're already done for you. You haven't got to worry about those. So you just cut this, and then you can also use this one in 2 parts. So you've got a cutting line across here if you want to have a 5th panel in your panels. So if you look at these here, you can see how they go together. So what you need is at least 4 different fabrics, which I don't have. I only have blue. What happened to my purple? There's my purple. So I've got 2. But what I can do is I can cut out, let's use the little turntable one. Ooh. Got all these rulers all around here. I'm having to reach over. So just make sure that's on there properly. So I've got all of these rulers, and I can now cut out these shapes. I'm only going to cut out from one layer because I'm going to run out of fabric otherwise. Now you've got, on this shape here, that's perfect. On my shape here, I have got a 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around. That's already built into it. So I can just cut it out, and then just make sure that is cut. And then rather than taking this off and moving the fabric, I can spin it round. So having spun it round, I can now cut So I have got my shape, that's my first shape, cut out, and that was easy to do. So I can then cut out my next shape. I could do with some different colours. Have I got anything I can pinch and I can cut out? So again, let's look at this one here. So I can just cut it out. And I can go 2 sides. But what I'm not going to try and do is do that side like that, because that would be bringing it to me. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to have to take the fabric round as well. I'm just going to turn my table. This is easy to do because I've got it the turntable one. So again, just cut that one. And then I have a last cut to cut. And that's that one there. So that's my second piece cut out. That's 2 of them. Just pop those out. I'm just cutting all the, I hate this. This is all the fabric we're going to keep and use it for various remnants and things. Let's have a little bit of pink. We've just got, yes, it doesn't matter that they're not ironed. This is only an example. So now we're going to use the A. So this is how, I mean, obviously you could, if you were making something with lots of patches, excuse the fact that we haven't ironed this, what you can do, of course, is you can layer them. So you can have more than 1 layer at a time. So again, I'm just going to cut up there. I've got the little corner to cut off, cut along there, and then I can just spin the board, make sure the fabric spins as well. I have to keep going on this. I've only got 3 sides, of course. It's a triangle. And then this is not going to be perfect because it's got a crease in it because I haven't ironed it. Cut off the little corner. Oh, so busy putting my blade away each time I forgot to get it out again. So that's my other one. Oh, and I haven't done the corners properly. Do it in haste. I'll just cut the corners off. Yes, do press your fabric before you start doing it and you won't have curly bits like this all over the place. So that's that piece. And then my final piece, which is D, I can do in the jade. You can, I'm only cutting one a time, but you can cut multiple layers, and the reason I'm only doing one is obviously this is just an example. We're not actually going to use it for anything. So again, I can cut. This is a good one for using up scraps. It's perfect for using up scraps. And then what you'll do is you then sew them together. And again, the lovely thing about this one that I liked was the fact that the ruler comes with this QR code on it. So you can scan the QR code and then you can look online and get some ideas on how to use it and how to put things together. They give you lots of layout ideas. I've managed to keep that bit attached there. Probably means this blade isn't as sharp as it should be. So that's my 4 pieces, which I don't know what I've done with them now. I've got them all out. What have I done with them? Let's look at the packet. So let's look inside the packet while I scurry around trying to find the pieces. So here we have, look, this is how you put your block together. Let's move that to the left. I don't know what I've done with those. You can make a hexagon from it, because that's by using, so that would be using A. So you'd use A repeatedly. These are the alternative shapes that you can use. So I found my pieces, they were on the floor. So I can now put this back together again. This is my well creased piece here, which will go into that. That will go into there. No, like that. And then that one goes into there. So that is then your patch. So that's how, I mean, I've done it very roughly, of course, but that's how quickly you can put a patch together. And as I say, with A, you can actually cut it. So I could actually cut that one down if I wanted to, and just have that as 2 pieces. So I could have another strip going, another little piece in there by using the cutting line here. So that is a really quick, I love this one. And some of the variations that, and again, the video was done by the creator of this, which is Karen Montgomery, when she was showing all the different variations and things you could do and how you could put them together in different ways. It was fascinating. So I was sceptical, because I thought I do crazy patch all the time, very easy technique, don't need rulers, to seeing this thinking, I like that. I like the fact you can do different shapes. I like the fact it's really easy and you haven't got to guess it and work it out. And so absolutely loved it. Sold on this one. £19.99. And again, of course, as we are expecting now, this is their particular unique selling point. I'm not saying other rulers don't have grippy teeth on the bottom of them. These have a lot. And because they have a lot, they really are grippy. So again, all around the edges, and then got the dots on them as well. They've got the grippy teeth on them. Then we're going to look at Oval Always. This is another one. This is another one that I really, don't get me wrong, I do like them all, but I sat in my hotel room last night. I can't find the packaging for that one now. And that's not the oval, this one that's over here is. And I just sort of was really wowed by this. And I just spent hours and hours going through them thinking, I just love this. So this is another one I liked. And again, it's the same as the stripology one. I don't know if they call it, they don't call it stripology, but you have got grooves. You've got all these different grooves. So you can very quickly cut ovals very, very easily. I will just cut one, just show you how easy it is. So putting the fabric underneath, again, you've got the grippy teeth on here. So you would line this fabric up. You'd have it on you can do half an oval, or you can do a whole oval. So again, lots of instructions on there how to do it. And you've got the grid line, so you'd put that on, I need to put it on an edge. This edge isn't as neat as it should be, but never mind, but let's just do that as I've got it here. So I'm just lining up my grid lines, and you've got 3 different lines. You've got an A, a B, and a C. So depending on how big you want it to be. So this will be a 3-inch, this will be a 3.5, this will be a 4. So you've got different ones, you can have different size arcs. It explains all of that in the instructions. If you do it on a fold, what you'll get is, so you stop when you get so far and then you go round again. Or you could, you might find a smaller rotary cutter on this would be better. Let me just grab that one, because I'm on a curve. So I'll just do that again. She does say sort of stop there and then make sure you can go around that curve nicely. And then you get, what you're getting is a half oval. If I had that on the fold, I would get the full oval. And again, you can do other things with it. The instructions, which, where are they? Were they here? Yes. So again, you've got the instructions, you've got the QR code that you can scan in, so you can go online and have a really good tuition on there, and you've got your instructions here, and look at all the different things you can do. So you can do full ovals, you can do half, you can do long halves, or you can do short halves. You can, and I love this is the fact that you can do all of these. So all of these different things that you can do with this oval cutter. And again, it's got the nice grooves. Now this is one that having the smaller rotary cutter is handy because you're going around curves. So that's worth having as well. So this is lovely. And then, of course, one of the most popular types of patchwork is hexagons. So, of course, they have a hexagon ruler. They do, they really do have a ruler for everything. I know quilters are so mad, they go on holiday with an empty suitcase so they can come back with loads of stuff. So this is the hexagon one. And then you can get different size hexagons, and you've got little spots in it as well, little holes through this, which you mark once you've done your cutting out, and you can mark, and that's like the centre. So that's the centre of these different hexagon sizes. So again, you sort of use your rotary cutting mat and your ruler. And if you wanted to cut, let's cut a small hexagon. You can cut the small hexagon. I'm going to cut those sides, and then you turn it all round to cut the other two sides. If I was cutting the bigger one, you see, I would cut from there to there, and then I would turn it round to cut the other sides. So that's how you cut these hexagons. Clear markings, and you've got 4 different sizes of hexagon on here, and it tells you how to cut them and then how to join them together. So again, layout ideas, how to use, and again, the video has been done by Katharine Wright has done this video. She's the designer of this. So you've got your sort of tradition. She was showing on there that I was watching with fascination how you add your panels around. You cut your first little hexagon, then you add them onto the thirds, and then you add the other ones, and suddenly you get this really colourful centre, and then you keep expanding that out. And you work out how to do that, and it says round 1, round 2, round 3, and it shows you how to do that to create that lovely thing quickly and easily with perfectly sized pieces. So it's really handy if you're going to do a lot of hexagon work. And look at the things you can then do afterwards. And you can watch this video. If you've bought the Stripology Excel today, we do have a book that goes with it. We do have a book that goes with it. We have 2 books. Do we have both of them? So this one is called Stripology. So this is written by the designer of the ruler. And what you can see on it, you can see, look at all these different quilts. 6 favourite strip patterns that you can make with 1.5 inch strips. And there's 3 sizes for each of the patterns. So you can make a mini one, a runner, or a crib size one for each of the 6 patterns. So these are the patterns you can make. If we look inside, I mean, I love this. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Lots of inspiration for you, but not just that. There's lots of instructions on how to use the ruler as well. So yet again, more help and advice on how to use it and how to get everything together. And then you've got, for each of the actual projects, you've got how much fabric you need. And then if you're making the mini or the runner or the crib, it tells you how much you need for each and how much to cut. So you can cut your strips, and then you can cut the rectangles and cut squares, all using this lovely ruler, and how to put it all together. So even if you've had your Stripology for a while, and you quite fancy doing some new ideas with it, then this is a really great book. So it's got 6 different patterns. So the instructions are all black and white. And in a way, I think that kind of helps, because it means that you can use whatever fabrics you want to use, and you're not sort of being mentally restricted by seeing what they've used. If you do want to see what they've used, they have got the colour photos on the covers, so you can actually have a look. But it does mean that you can actually sort of make your own decisions. So these are really good. So this is the first one. We also have the Stripology 2. Because once you've started with this, you won't stop. It's such a lovely way. And of course you can use up quite small bits of fabric as well. So this is Stripology 2. So again, written by Katharine Wright, who is the designer of the Stripology ruler. And again, you've got a whole load of different quilts in here. And this is still using that Stripology ruler. And you can see it doesn't look like it, does it? Because it looks like there's different shapes. General instructions again. And then if we look at the back, that's the other pictures. Look at that lovely table runner. So they just look so different, and you're going to get precision cutting every time. Really nice and easy to use if you have arthritic problems, if you can't push your hand down hard anymore. A lot of people can't as they get older. That makes it much easier because that non-slip grippy stuff on the back, there's probably a real technical term for that, the non-slip grip on the back is really good and really does hold the ruler, so you don't have to put the pressure on it that you would normally do on one that's just glossy. So really lovely. So 2 really good books, and you can use scraps, strips from fat quarters, it says, to make these 6 patterns in here, so you don't have to have huge quantities of fabric. They go well with the Stripology ruler. Now, we said about storing them properly, and there are lots more of these rulers, so do look on the website because we're not going to get through all of them, but we have got a lot on the website. My other favourite one, I have to say, was this one, so have a look at this one. I'm talking as a beginner quilter, somebody who's not really used to it, and something like this, you can do petals, you can do circles, you can do, what do they call them, junk and path pieces. It really is the instructional video, which you can get when you scan this. It's really helpful, and I was sold on that one too. So I think these are really good. They're good for quilters who know what they're doing, but they're also good for the newbies amongst us that are quite new to it, because it explains it all for you. But we did say that you need to store your rulers. You want them to last, and you want to keep them in good condition. So you do this on purpose to me, don't you? So what we have here, we're going to start with the smaller one. So this is the smaller one. This is your 4 slots for your rulers. So you can pop your rulers in the slots. Let me find, well, that's the same as that one. And then you can keep them on your sewing table or close to your sewing table. That one's quite difficult to stand up. And then that one. And then I've got a triangle. This is quite handy. Some of these you sort of think, why would you need this? But then you watch the video about how to use it and you think, oh, okay, now I know. See, that's nice. So this is nice for your smaller ones. It keeps all of those smaller ones nice and neat and tidy, upright and safe. £10.99 for that. It's a nice just wooden block. And then we also have a longer 5-slot one. This is double the length. This is by Millwood. So this is just £1 more. So you can put some of the bigger ones in here. Let me find some of these. You can fit the Stripology XL. If you put those in, and you can fit the big ones in. But do sort of bear in mind balancing. So I've got that one in there, and then I can put one of these ones in. But notice some of these, because you've got the longer slots, I can either fit that like that lengthwise, or I could put that upright, and I've still got room to put another one, or another 2 in the front here. So this is a good one. So this is what, 11? I'm hiding. I'm disappearing. Bye. So yeah. So I'm going to take that one out of there. So yes, this is very handy for storing your. If you haven't got a hanging space. If you've got hanging space, great. They've all got a little hole so you can hang them. If you've got somewhere you can hang them on the wall. If not, this is a great way of storing them all. They have little rubber dots on the feet on the base as well. So this is something, for instance, I haven't got somewhere I can hang them. So I would put this, because I have an office sewing room. So I would put this on the top of my filing cabinet. So I've got them all nicely stacked up there, out of way but in reach, and kept nice and safe. With the instruction, now do as actually, who was it that suggested laminating? That's a really good idea. So Diane said she laminates them, but whether you can do that or not if you don't have a laminator, but you can store them in a file or a box folder or something, because you will find the instructions on them really useful, particularly if you're only using them once every month or 2 months or something. You just get them out, remind yourself how to cut and use them. Very full of information. So we really have just scraped the surface of these on Creative Give. We've got a lot more of them. We have other shapes. We've got the triangle. We've got, where's my fancy one? My fancy one. This one. Oh, this one here. Look at this. They're all on the website. So this one has got sort of like 2 triangles. We haven't got time to do it now, but they're on the website. You can, of course, you can look at the QR codes. You can go to the YouTube and you can watch Creative Grid videos. So do have a look at those. Don't miss out on it. And don't forget that the XL, the Stripology XL, which is the one I demonstrated at the beginning, is back in stock, finally. We waited 5 months almost for that to come back in stock, and finally it's here. So I'm just going to take it out of the way here. That is £61.99. Congratulations to those who have got it. I think you'll love it, absolutely love it. So please, I'm going to have to go because I'm about to cough again. Excuse me. Tomorrow's menu. So tomorrow we have got Mark Francis. So ex-GBSB contestant, he's launching his pattern, his Turlo shirt. That's going to be good. Is that the one that Clive was wearing, I wonder? Because he did talk about one that Mark was doing. 9 o'clock, we've got Henry Glass shopping tote with Susie Duncan. Sadly, I'm not in because last time she came in, she bought cake. So that was really nice. And then we've got, 10 o'clock, we've got Henry Glass fabrics. And then 11 o'clock, a fresh bed runner with Susie Duncan again. So she's a very talented lady. And then at 12, Yarn Lane, 4-ply hand-dyed yarn kits. So they would be good. And who's the presenter? All right, so Nicola. Okay, lovely. And is it John? And it's with John. That's lovely. So you'll see John in one of his lovely shirts tomorrow. So either join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. or do head over to Yarn Lane with us now. We're just going to Yarn Lane and we're going to do I say love the we are going to do Tunisian crochet. Katharine Wright is going to do Tunisian crochet and I'm going to watch with interest because I've seen it but never done it. So do join us in a few minutes on Yarn Lane.